Hello, this is Dimitri with UGears US, UKids LLC. Today we're going to be doing the assembly of one of the newer models, the Express steam train with tender. It was released at third quarter or fourth quarter of 2018. I still haven't had a chance to get to it, but here we go. I do have an open box here, so because I do get occasional either damaged shippings or use some of the parts from inside the kit to replace the broken pieces that you guys have. Which reminds me to mention that we do replacement at no charge. As long as you purchase the model from us, which is UGears.us or one of our affiliates. We do supply to a lot of stores. So if you send me email, just don't forget to mention the name of the store you purchased it from. If it wasn't purchased from us, we can do replacement through the manufacturer at no charge, which takes about a month. Or for a small shipping fee of $350, I can ship it from my warehouse in the United States. Well, in either case, let's go into the model. So this is the Express steam train. We have about 538 pieces in here, so it'll be a fairly long assembly. As I said, packaging is already open, so I don't need to remove any plastic. Did use some parts, so I'm gonna pull out all the plywood out of here. Let's see what else we have. Some rubber bands, sandpaper, candle wax, and toothpicks inside the box. I personally use or prefer to use a candle tea or tea candle wax. This is like a huge bag of 100 from IKEA. I think it's like $4 or something like that for the full 100 pieces. So obviously you're gonna go through them for a while. You don't have to buy all of them. They are available in smaller quantities in different stores. But I prefer this wax because it's a little softer and easier to apply. This wax is good, but I feel that it occasionally starts flaking, so when you try to put it on. But it's a nice, small, comfortable piece, so can also be used during the assembly. So let's go into the manual. We do have a little description here, kind of thank you note with information on how to get parts replacement. Once again, you can either go through here, this is directly to the manufacturer, or you can send the email to me at info@ugears.us, and we'll do the replacement for you. Alright, so page number 1, as always, some warnings. Do not light up the candle, do not use melted wax. Hard wax is good. And then do not press with your finger on the toothpicks because you're gonna get hurt. Some things that you need to watch out inside the manual for little warning signs. So when you see a little gear with a toothpick and a candle, apply candle wax, lubricant, whatever you want. I did and purchase little graphite lubricant, which is supposed to work very good on kids. The issue that I see in here, it works great, but the problem is that it is dark. It's black color because it's dry graphite. It works amazing, but your color will change slightly. So it's up to you if you want to use it or not. I prefer not to. Candle wax should work. So next one, if you see exclamation point, pay attention to that specific step because there's something on there that needs you cannot overlook, because if you do, most likely the model's not going to work at the end. If you see this little sign with the gears, that means the gears need to be operational, and one gear should move the other one, or set, for whatever the sub-assembly is. And then fan, that means the part's supposed to be moving fairly freely. Symmetry obviously makes sense, that it has to be symmetrical about the center line, and then mirror, obviously mirror image around the center line. Sandpaper, that's when you need to use the sandpaper or a little file, and here, that's when you need to cut the toothpicks. I personally use the X-Acto knife. You can do box cutter or tool knife, whichever you prefer, scalpel, something sharp. There is a helping tool, H. You'll find it somewhere through the manual. It'll show you on what board it is. I'm not sure as of yet because I haven't had experience with this specific model. And then you will need to cut rubber bands in the specific sizes. So we'll go through that also when we hit it in the instruction. This is the actual measurement, actual size, to size, so you can refer to this, or within the manual when you need to do the rubber band cutting, it also shows you a little ruler on here, to size, so as long as you put it against that, that should work. Doesn't have to be exact, plus minus is fine. This is the dimensions just for the regular toothpick, so you don't need to get anything special. Look for the specific ones. It's just regular toothpicks, 2-point, that you can get at any grocery store in case if you run out. Very rare you will, but you never know, because sometimes they do break fairly easy. Grocery store, buy hundreds of them, and then you can use the regular toothpicks that are sold pretty much anywhere. Alright, let's go ahead and start with the model. We are on page 4, step 1, and that's board number 1. So all the boards are numbered, so you shouldn't have any problems looking for them. And they should, well, ideally in sequence, but not always. So we're looking for part number 2, top center, and part number 1, also top center. I need to get one of the toothpicks. Go ahead and open the package, and I'll put them inside the box there, and you need to slice it in half. Slicing in half is usually just for the so you can use more of them, and we insert the part number 1 into 2 with the hole rather than a slot, and then lock it up with the toothpick from the other side. Push the toothpick so it sticks out a little bit on one side, and then you slice it off at the other side. So the way I do it, I usually pre-cut, and then you just break it off, so you don't need to like fully cut it through. Next, we'll put that one aside. We do part number 3 and 4, also on board number 1. Part number 3 is right at the top center there, and number 4 top left corner. And here, because it's symmetrical, it doesn't matter which way you put it in, but you're doing the same thing. Put it in, slide it in a little bit until the hole is through. Put in the toothpick, so it sticks out a little bit on each side. The purpose of it so it doesn't pop through. And then just pre-cut a little bit and snap it off on the other side, and then if you see a little bit leftover fibers, you can just snap them off and you're done. So next one, we need 16 rubber bands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and this is the step that a lot of people have issues with and trouble. So we do need a part number 5 with it. That's top left corner on board number 1, and that's it. So we start with 2, or you can do 1 at a time. So we have 8 little tabs on here within the gear. Make sure, and that's where I missed step number 1. As I was mentioning earlier, you need to pay attention. There's exclamation point, so I have to fix the gear, and which is a great experience. I mean, because you do know that, or I guess it shows that you can make a mistake. Thank God it's easily fixable. So I just reuse the same toothpick and put it back in. So you just need to make sure that the gear is facing the correct direction, unlike me who completely ignored the exclamation point. So now you take with the little part number 1 away from you. You can do 1 toothpick at a time or 2 toothpicks at a time. So you put it over that through the hole and over the tab. Just like, oh. I'll try 1 at a time. We'll see how it's gonna work. So you push it through the hole, pull it aside, and if you stretch it a little bit, it will slide through, and you just push it down towards that tab. So if I'm not sure if you can see it on there, that's the way it sits. And then I'm gonna go ahead with the second one. Same thing, kind of fold it in half, push it through the top there, like a larger opening on the same tab. So it's gonna be toothpicks on one tab, and same thing. I pull a little bit on that. Make sure just one side it goes over, like over that tab on both sides. So just like that. That's the first one, and then you push those. Let's see. There's a little tab, so tab facing towards you, and then you push those 2 toothpicks through that part number 5. Toothpicks, rubber bands. Although it is fairly early during the day, not sure. And now you get these 2 toothpicks you need to put over the tab of part number 3. So we do like 1 tab without the hole, and the way you do it, let's try to make sure that everything's facing the same as on the pictures. So bottom rubber band and the top rubber band, so we go with the bottom one first, and then the little part number 4 is facing away. So I kind of grab the rubber band with 2 fingers, put it against that tab, and then as I stretch it, it goes right into the slots. And then I do the same thing with the second one. If they overlap, that should not be a problem either. So I do one side and then I stretch it and do the second side. Here you go. We got the first set of rubber bands ready. Now we need to do it 8 times. And that goes, let's see, so it's 2 pairs of each. That will make it, we have 8 tabs on here. So, as you can see, there's also 8 tab on that little part number 3. So 4 of them are with a hole and 4 of them are without the hole. So that's what they mean. So let's go ahead and go with the second set. Just gonna go clockwise direction. So I put the first rubber band through, and as you stretch it, it'll fit right in. Tie it up, and then the second one, same thing. Through, grab it on the other side, stretch it, push both sides over the tab, done. Now these 2 rubber bands go through part number 5. Today. And then you put a tab that is, if you look from the longer side of the part number 4, and it's going to be the one to the right, or the other way to the left. So once again, you just need to make sure you go in sequence, one next to the other. So you grab one end and then pull on the other, and as you stretch it, you bring it over into the slot. slots. So stretch it on one side, stretch it on the other side. And all fit in, and then you just pull it in just to get it. Here you go. You might need to stretch all the rubber bands, grab onto all of them to stretch it, because just to give it a little bit more room in there. And then once they stretch, they sit pretty tight in there. Alright, so now we have to do it 6 more times. This is our main, so to say, engine component. That's what's going to be running the whole assembly. And you do need all 16 rubber bands on here, as if you don't have enough, you will not have enough force to pull that heavy locomotive through. So in this kind of, it's just a repetition, same thing. 2 rubber bands, push through number 5. And then grab one. We go to the next one, next tab. So grab by one side. Push it through. As you stretch them, they should go through right into that little tab. 2 slot openings. Just make sure you go into the right ones. I mean, by right I mean correct placement. Here you go, and then next 2. And it's probably better if you do it in sequence, otherwise you're gonna mix yourself up if you put like all the rubber bands on one side and then try to put them on the other side. So I'm just gonna be doing it step by step, putting it over the tab, pushing it through number 5. And then the next tab over, that's the one with the hole now. There's a lot of rubber bands around, so it's getting hard to maneuver. And the next set, so we're halfway done. You guys gonna see the raw footage. I'm not gonna fast forward through it because you can do it yourself. I'm not gonna be editing. So everything is nice and raw. I mean, the only times that I'm doing some editing, if I need to stop, and which I will. I don't have much time in the day to do it through. So I do small recordings here and there, and then I patch them together and push it out onto the YouTube. So you can go through the assembly without any issues. And even then, if you come up with questions, do not hesitate to contact me if I can't answer it. Most of the time I do. I'll forward it to the manufacturer and they will help you out with the issues that you have. We do also accept the recommendations. Unfortunately, usually, as far as I've seen, they will not do any modifications to existing model. Very rarely something is done unless it becomes like very popular, which seems like this one will. And then the recommendation really is going to make it better, so they will, well, but they will definitely consider everything. Alright. Tedious work, but it's necessary for the good operation of the engine. And as I mentioned, you just grab onto the one end, stretch it out, and then kind of put the rubber band against the slots, and it will squeeze itself in almost by itself. And then if there's already a couple of rubber bands, grab onto those and stretch them out too, so that way it'll create more space in there, and then all of them can fit. And then 3 more sets. 6 more rubber bands. I wish there was an easier way to do it, but not at this moment. And my recommendation, not to rush through the assemblies, because you tend to make a mistake if you're rushing, and also could miss a step or two, which will affect the final assembly. Alright, 2 more, or 4 more rubber bands, 2 more tabs. Usually everything goes much faster as you're doing the assembly. This is just the first step that needs to be done. It could have been done later on, but I guess maybe not now. That's the heart of this V-Express. once again, if you stretch it, fits in. Right in. And then the last one. Let's a rubber band. And then we'll put 2 of those through number 5. Get pretty tight in there. Push them through, and then over the last tab. And that's going to be the hardest because there's 2 rubber bands on one side and then already 2 rubber bands on the other side. So, but as I said, grab one end, grab the other ends, stretch them out, and they fit right in. And the last rubber band for that assembly. There you go. So we're done with step number 10. Moving on to page number 5. Part number 5 goes towards the little gear. Not sure if all the way to it. But against. So push it against, I think it's number 4, and number 3, just like this. And then we need 4 toothpicks cut in half, or 8, yeah, no, not 8. Let's see, so we'll need a few toothpicks on here. I'll use 4. We'll go from there. So you cut off the sharp ends, then use the H tool. Now we need to find it. I believe it's on board number 3. It's on board number 3 to the right, a little below the center line, horizontal center line. Push it out. And then we use the little sizing. There's slots, slot number 3, and we slice off the toothpick right against it. So you got a little toothpick, little pin there, and we need 8 of these pins. So we can get 3 out of 1 toothpick. Have some leftovers from previous assembly. I'm gonna use that up also. That one's too short. We're 5. 6, 7, and 1 more. Okay. And we need part number 7. Part number 7 is located on board number 1 in the top right corner here. And we do need part number 6. Also top right, right next to it. And then we insert the little toothpicks in part number 7, and just goes on one side. Let's see, we need to situate them the same way they show it there. So there's one hole closer to the edge, the other one's kind of like in the middle, so you flip one side. So these closer to the edge holes, so all the holes are spaced at 120 degrees apart. And you put toothpicks in there right against the bottom surface for parts number 7. And then parts number 6 are there a little bit larger opening, just like that, as you can see. And I'm going to push it aside. There's going to be our A1. And then A2, we're doing the same thing. Make sure they're 120 degrees apart. And we put the other 4 toothpicks in the holes. And we need to make them symmetrical, so they stick out same distance on both sides. And then obviously it's not sharp end, so it's easier to push it. If it hurts, you can use the tool. And just like this, and that's our A2. Now A1 goes over on the part number 2, if I'm not mistaken. So on the larger gear, yeah, this is part number 2. So on the larger gear, and then you do the A1. Let's see, and you push the toothpicks through the little holes that are on gear number 2. Wait. Never mind. You put it against the number 3. That's why I was wondering why it doesn't fit. So with the toothpicks, you push it through the, or 4, gear number 4, the smaller gear. And you need to make sure that the little part, or actually gear number 5, and then the little part on there, on the back, you also fit through the holes on a part number 4, gear number 4, or whatever you want to call it. So it's locks them all in place, that sub-assembly. And then you do both of those, kind of wrapping around the rubber bands, holding them tight in a bunch. And then holes also on the gear number 4, so you kind of squeeze them all together. And for a little sub-assembly. Might want to stretch out a little bit the rubber bands so they all lock nice and tight, with as little spacing as possible in between. And then A2 goes on the other side. And then for the A2, the rubber, toothpicks should stick out some. So you push it flat against the back surface of gear number 2, and then they stick out a little bit on the opposite side. And you can only put them one way through the hole. And make sure the rubber bands are not on the way, are not sitting against the surface. So if you stretch them out a little bit, you should be able to get these little parts flat against the gear. Alright, so that completes our step number 8. And now we need, per instructions, we need to lubricate the gears in step number 9. So I'll use the candle wax that they provided in the package in the beginning, and then if I run out, then I'll switch over to the other one. So you wax all the gears, and gear number 2, and then gear number 5. And then later on, forgot to mention that the best way to do it is actually before you install the gears. And pretty much anytime you see the gear, it's guaranteed that it's going to be rubbing against something, or there's going to be some kind of motion, so you do need wax. I usually apply it a little bit easier by taking the gear and just dipping into my little candle, tea candle bag that put some wax on there. So let's see, moving on to page number 6. And step number 1 is we take part number 8 from board number 1. And part number 8 is the top right corner here, a little bit below the top. It's a bigger one with a circle in the middle, opening, and then we need to sand. So if you, with a slot towards yourself, a hole in the middle, so the top surface is here, and we just sand a little bit that surface, because that surface is going to be, the gear is going to be against it, specifically that locking one. And I would put a little bit of wax around that large opening just to make the motion smoother. And now you take the little sub-assembly with the rubber bands, with the large gear number 2 towards the top, and then we slide the rubber bands through the slot here, because otherwise it's not going to fit through. And that's the reason why there is a slot in that part, to get all the rubber bands into that hole. So as I stretch them through and push them through, and now that gear is against the top surface there, and on the bottom we insert part number 9, which is also on the board number 1, top right corner here. There's also a slot, so that slot, that's where all the rubber bands go through that slot. And that's gonna lock, so you can do like 2, 3 at a time. Just carefully push it through, don't try to force too much, as you may break it a little bit. Well, shouldn't, but there's always a chance and possibility. Alright, so as you get all the rubber bands through, you push up, here you go, make sure that all of them are through there, and then you push that part number 9 onto the little toothpicks, which doesn't help to stay it in place, but it's going to be locking. Just making sure there is no there's one rubber band that is sticking out, and you need to push it back inside. There you go. So it's not against the surface, and I can put part number 9 over the sub-assembly. Push it over the toothpicks, and then you can kind of hold the toothpicks from the other side to make sure they slide into that part number 9. Don't stick out too much. There you go. And then I'd say put a little bit of a wax on these two sub-assemblies, A2 and then part number 9 all around, because they're going to be inside the hole. So you want to make sure that there's not too much friction there. Alrighty, next step number 5, we need part number 10 and 11. They're also top right. There's a little helper on the bottom left of or top left of each page. It shows where the parts should be. So we got 1, 10, and then part number 11. And so as you hold the board with the slot towards you, there's a second on the right, like right in the middle, in between two rectangular openings, and the third one is a little offset from the edge. So you put number 10 inside there, until the little mark on it, and then you slide number 11 over it all the way to the surface. Of the board. So it sticks out. Number 10 sticks out a little bit. Let's see. Now we need 4 number 12s. Also top right of the board number 1. You can also use the little tool to push these parts out. And then all of them are going in these 4 corner openings. And then you just slide them as far as they can go. They're symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which side. And just like this. And then we need a little rubber band cut down into the 3.5 millimeters roughly. So as you can see, it's much longer. What you do is you just kind of like wrap it around your finger in a loop, and then hold one end and then push the other end through that loop that is on your finger, and then it creates a little nut. So as you do with the nut, you try to get as close as, move it around a little bit as close as possible to the size that they're showing in the picture. And then based on that, move it one direction or the other direction, and tie it as tight as you can. So as you can see, you got approximately about the same size, maybe a millimeter bigger, but that should not be an issue. And then make sure you cut it off on the size that you need to cut off, and not the one that you're going to be using. And then you got yourself a little rubber band tied up. And then we need part number 13, which is also on board 1 top right corner there. And then through the smaller hole with the tab facing to the right, use that rubber band and just push it through. And then I would put a little bit of a wax on that number 11. And then with that number 11 on the left side, with the with number 2 on top, that's where this part number 13 goes through, and I'm assuming the rubber band goes through that slot. And but we'll see in a second. We're done with step number 8. Moving on to page number 7. Step number 1. So we got the rubber band sticking out through the slot. And we lock the whole thing up. Alright, so that doesn't go, that rubber band doesn't go through the slot. You need to actually, it's a good thing that I'm looking right now. So one end of it, you wrap around these 2 little slots right here. Then you hold the other end of the rubber band to make sure it doesn't come off. Put number 13 in place over 11. You can rotate a little bit that gear, and then as you hold the rubber band, we need piece number 14. Kind of tough. Maybe a little bit different sequence would do. Piece number 14 on the right center, almost there. I'll put it right away over that rubber band. So let's see, the 2 slots are closer to you because we're looking for that slot, and then I'll put the rubber band over these slots to make sure it doesn't fall out. Hold piece number 13 down. Then the step goes over the opening, and you put the number 14 over number 12s. Push it as far as they can go, and we're done. So the rubber bands are 2 ends of it are held on these little slots. Okay, and then next step, kind of put that assembly aside a little bit for now. That whole rubber band assembly rotates with a little clicking sound. Thanks to that rubber band, there's a clicking sound. Alright, next step is part number 17, also on board number 1. I have that little large piece, number 77. I'm just going to put it aside because it's falling out now all the time. So let's see, it was part number 17. It's right in the middle here. And then we need 2 number 16s, which are, let's see, they're to the left here. With the board number 17, with that smaller hole to the left, put number 16s in the farthest slots. That's step number 4 is complete. And then the next one, we need part number 18. We're still on board number 1, and part number 18 is a little bit above the center line there, the middle, right at the center, vertical center. So just take it out. Should be kind of almost falling out by itself, and then we need another piece of rubber band. So the cut piece, it's going to be very hard to put a loop on there and try to loop it and create another one in order to save the rubber band. So, but I'm gonna try using 2 fingers, but because the size is smaller, I'm still able to do it. But in case if you can't, just use another rubber band you should be fine. So once again, I'm trying to get into the size. So before the knot is tight, you can actually slide it back and forth a little bit. And here we go. Actually, I was able to reuse it. And then you slice off the extra pieces that are not used. Now that's garbage leftovers. So and that goes, let's see, you kind of squeeze it in half, and both ends, I mean like kind of like in the middle, it goes through that little slot, so it sticks out on both ends of number 18. Make sure the tab, well, it doesn't matter right now, but now one end of it is gonna go into there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 slots in here, or sets of slots. So one end, there's where it shows the exclamation point next to that up-round part. So one end of the rubber band goes right into these 2 slots. So you got one, here we go. Slice it like that. Tab sticking out towards yourself, and then we need another port number 11, board number 1, top here, and then part number 19 right below 11's here. And then with the 19, that's the longer tab that goes through. I would put a little bit of wax on number 11, or you can use the stick or your candle. And then 19 goes through that number 11. Push 11 as far as it can go. And then it goes through the larger hole on part number 18 and right into the slot where it's gonna sit in. Just like that. The next step is to make another 13 millimeter rubber band. We were supposed to make 2, so we need 1 for one step and then 1 for the other step. As I said, it has to be close in size, doesn't have to be exactly 13 and a half millimeters, because you almost never gonna get it on there, that specific size. And that rubber band goes into the slot right next to it, right next to the smaller hole, just like this. So with the larger portion sticking out on top. And then we need part number 46, 20, 21, and 46 again. So 20 is a little bit right at, above the middle. Uh, 21 right next to it. And then 46s, 2 46s right here are next to 11s. I'm going to use the tool to push those out. Make sure you clean off if there's any like extra material on there, because it doesn't always cut through completely. Then a little bit, I would put a little bit of wax, as it's going to be inside of the holes. And then let's see, we need, it goes one part, it goes through 20. So the 20, let's see, with longer stick towards the right and towards you, we push 21 through it, through the hole here. One of the way to do it is to apply a little bit, because this is one of the parts that breaks quite often. Apply a little bit wax on the edges there. and make sure you put them together, put them the same way as it shows on the picture, and that way it makes it much easier to push it through. And then number 46 goes on the other end of side of 20. And then the other 46 goes on top. Wait, did I wax both of them? Yeah. Just in case. And then one on top of the part number 21. And then these two assemblies, they go into the smaller hole, just like this. Then we're done with step number 8. Moving on to page number 8. And we're back. Let's see, we don't need to do anything with that rubber band as of yet. We're back to other assembly, and we need to put number 15 also on board number 1. It's right here, but I lost it onto the other boards. And then we need part number 22, which is also on the same board, top right here, side of the board. So put a little bit of wax on these gears. And then let's see, we need with this board with the hole facing to the right, we need to sand a little bit the bottom portion here. And put a little bit of wax around the hole, because that's where the gear is going to go through. Now we flip this one this way, holding by the gear with the let's see, what would be the good indication. So with that slot away from you, we insert through the slot all the rubber bands to number 15. Just once again, there's like a little smaller, sharper ends there, which may break if you push it too hard, the rubber bands through. So like one at a time should be good, and just rotate it around, make sure these two slots kind of match each other. I would put a little bit of wax on 11, that A1, sorry, not 11. I think it was sub-assembly A1 next to the gear, and push it through. And then once again, these slots approximately as of right now to match each other right there. And then part number 22 over it, and make sure you as this is facing down, make sure the gears are facing on the it's kind of like a locking gear, so the gears are facing clockwise, so to the right. And then we put it over that little sub-assembly there. We're moving on into the step number 2, and then that goes into that little sub-assembly that we've done earlier. Once again with the slot, same directions on here, because that's where number 46 gonna stick into. And as you lock them, let's see, that rubber band for step number 3, the one that we just did, this freestanding one, it needs to go around the part number 20. Oop. And because I have wax on my hands, it doesn't slide very easy. So it needs to go around part number 20 and onto the slots on that board number 15 right here. And then let's see, and the other rubber band, also into the slot, so I'm gonna have to push it out. I'm using my helping tool to get it out, and also into the little slots that are on the board number 15. Just like it. One side is good, and here's the other one. So just like this. Let's see, all the gears are there. Everything is there, and then we put the number 15, attach it onto the bottom, just like this. So we're done with step number 3. And step number 4, a little bit sandpaper and wax around this part right here. Hopefully everything that I'm doing, it makes sense. And then we need parts number 23, 24. That 23 was right in the middle, 24 center to the right a little bit. And number 38 falling out. Then 26 and 25s. So 25s was a little set right here, of little round cylinders. Those are little ball bearings. So push those out. There should be 6 of them. And then I know it's a little tough, but we'll need to use either sandpaper. I used the file. We just sand off a little bit connections, connection points. And as we do that, let's see, got all of them sanded. We need some candle wax onto the board a little bit, onto the side of 23, outer surface. And 23 goes right over that assembly here, right into the slot. Then the next step is number 24, and 24 I would also, kind of hard, but I would wax these little bearings. Well, it's a little too early to put those in, so I'm just adding a little bit of a wax for just smoother movement. Let's see, and for number 26, we need to also, I would recommend to sand the connection points here on the sides, and then apply wax all around and on the surface that is going to go against the bearing bolts, just like this. Now we take this upside down, put number 24 over it, and then put the little 25s inside there. Make sure cylinders are in a directional, I guess, don't put them perpendicular to directionality or movement of that gear, because it's going to move around in a circle, so you need to make sure that those gears or bearings are moving also, because if you're going to put them perpendicular, it's not going to do any effect. And then you lock it all up, make sure the surface that is waxed, lock it up with the number 26. just like this. The next step is page number 9. We take one of the toothpicks. Well, I have a little small piece, cut in half, and you push it through the hole in the bottom, locking the whole sub-assembly together. Push it so the little portion stays on one side, and then snap off pre-cut and snap off little part on the other side. And that locks sub-assembly together. And then let's see, we need part number 11. 2 of them. Part number 28 in the bottom right here. 38 is falling out again. Part number 27, that's a larger little T-looking tab. Bottom, it's right at the center, vertical center to the right. And then remove any extra part pieces on there. As I said, I would wax 11 all around, as they're going to be sitting in the holes. And then wax the gears. As I said, with that's the trick I do. I usually take the T candle and I just dip the gears into the candle, and then make sure these 2 facing top. Insert the 27 from the bottom all the way through, then 11 on through the top, locking it, and then on the bottom, locking it together. Put it aside, and then we need part number 30, 31, and 2 29s. So 30, 31 are in about where the 28 used to be, and then 29s are center, a little below the middle, horizontal middle. There. Once again, remove any burrs for the easier operation of the gears. And then, because these are gears, I dip them into the candle wax as it shows into step number 5, or apply a candle that is provided. And then I would send a little bit the connection points on number 29s, just for the smoother operation. And also apply wax on the side. Now we need 2 toothpicks, or 1 toothpick cut in half. And then use your little measuring tool, helping tool. We need to cut it to about 14 millimeters. So 14 millimeters. One. And 14 millimeters. Second. Now that goes, the toothpick goes through the center hole of the number 30 into the 29, and then push them through so they're symmetrical, meaning they're sticking out about the same distance from the same dimension from both sides. That's number 30, and then 31. To distinguish them, there's got 31, there's 3 little marks, or Roman numeral 3, and then a little apostrophe at the end to distinguish them. And the same thing here. Now we need part number 32, which is on board number 2. That's that long piece there. And then we need number 3, so we push that 32 piece so that little square side is to the left, and then numbers 33 are still on board number 1 in the top to the left there, to the right, I apologize. And these number 3s go into 1, 2, 3 holes here, so this one stays open. And try to put them the way that it's shown on the picture. It should go in pretty easy. And then ours A3, which is 30 with a 29, goes into the hole right here, right at the center, in between these numbers 33. Our 31, which is A4, goes to the hole on the right here, matching it, and then the little subassembly from 4 with the little T on the bottom there goes into the little hole, or center hole right here. Make sure the gears are interlocking, and we're done with step number 8 on page number 9. Moving on onto the page number 10. Okay, step 1 on page 10. Let's see, we need part number 34. It's on board number 1 on the bottom there. Actually center like right below the middle line. And let's see, and that will cover the assembly that we just put together. Just need to make sure that all the gears align again. Everything's sitting in their corresponding holes. There you go. And then cover it up with the number 34. There's only one way you can put it over, and just make sure that all the toothpicks fall right into place. There you go. Just snap it on. And let's see, move the gears, make sure they operate, so you see all 3 of them moving. You're good to go. That's a step 2 of our verification. And then I think we can put this one aside for right now. Let's see, we're going into step number 3. We need parts number 38. This is the one that I had fall out all the time. Let's see, 37. 2 pieces right here. 36, one of them for now. Actually 2 for this assembly, so pull these 2 carefully. Clear off of like extra pieces there on there. Actually we'll need, looks like we'll need 3. 1, 2, 3. And the 4th one I'll put on the side. Hopefully it comes into play soon, so I don't lose it and don't misplace it. Where are we at? 36, 237s, number 39, bottom right here. 38 we already have. 35 is the long piece right here, and then it ends up with the 36 at the end. Alright, put that one aside. So we need to wax inside of the hole right here, but instead of waxing inside of the hole, I would wax the number 36 gear, or not gear, but that little cylinder, and I would wax all 3 of them just in case. Then also, because the gear is going to be on this side, I would put a little bit on the surface of 38, right where the gear is supposed to be, right around the holes. And then the gear, dip it into the wax, or wax it with your candlestick, just because it's a gear, and anytime you have a gear, it needs to be waxed. Here they ask us to wax the sides of that 35 axle, just to get the 36 probably slide on there much easier. So we have 36 on one side, and then onto the 35, and then 35 with the writing with the longer side. 36 goes on there all the way through the end. Then we put it through number 38, and make sure you got the correct orientation. So we're going through that not very cylindrical hole, or cylindrical, no, we're actually going through the cylindrical hole. So these three should be on the top, and two of them towards you. So that's the way it goes. And our subassembly goes through the cylindrical. Then we put the gear number 39 on all the way to the end, and lock it up with number 36. So, and that 36 should be past the mark on 35. Smooth rotation there, and then our parts number 37, they go into the let's see, the center hole out of the three on top. And then the bottom hole right here. Just make sure you get the right directionality, and then we're good to go. So that's our step number 4 is complete. It's rotating. Next we need two toothpicks. Actually just one toothpick cut in half. And then we need to measure it off to with our measuring tool to a number 3 position. So 2 pieces. I'm just going to use one of the ends. Push the toothpicks on the side so they're not on the way. And then we need gears number 41 and 40. They're also on the bottom left here for board number 1. Wax the gears. We waxed the other ones already on the sub-assembly, so we're a little bit ahead of the game. And then put the toothpicks through. I'm just going to remove the excess candle wax here. And then 41 is the larger one. It goes, so if we look where the gear is at, rotate part number 38 the way that 3 holes are on the bottom. So 41 is going to go into top right side. It's just push the toothpick enough so it's flat with the bottom surface here. And then number 40 is going to go into the bottom hole in here. And same thing, just push the toothpick a little further so you're like flat with the bottom surface. And just make sure that there's somewhat rotation. They're probably going to be falling apart, so we're going to put it on the side right now. We need one rubber band, and about, let's see, loop it around your finger, put the loop through. My fingers are a little slippery after the wax that I just used. Just need to make sure I get into that. Here you go. And then we need about 23.5 millimeters, roughly. Alright, and then cut off the excess. And then it goes on part number 42. 42 is piece on board number 1. And then there is a little slot here, so that need to put that little rubber band through the slot. Just make sure it's on there. And then we flip it, and that little round cutout should go where we had that little sub-assembly with 36s. And we go over it. Number 37s will get locked up, and then make sure you just push the toothpicks through, and then double check that the assembly is operating, it's really moving. I forgot to put a little bit of the candle wax on there, but it's alright. It's not attached completely, so we can take it off. Not candle wax, I apologize. Sand it down a little bit. So just sand that surface that's going to be attaching to the, or close to the gears, and put a little bit of wax on there, so there's not going to be any problems with the movement. So now it should move like really free. Moving on to the page number 11, and here we need parts number 43, 2 of them, and 45. They're all right on the bottom of board number 1. So we got board number 1 is done. We don't need any other pieces out of here, except the big 77 that is sitting on the side right now. Come back to one page. Yeah, we needed 2 of the 20mm rubber band. I'm gonna use up one of the leftover pieces there. Try to use up. If I can make a loop out of these, should be good. If not, I'm gonna just start with a new one. So just loop it around your finger, push it through, and tie it up. Once again, it doesn't have to be exact, but as close as you can get it. So while your loop is still large, back to the page number 11, and then we push that loop through that hook on number 45, kind of similar as we did prior to that, and then 43 go on to 44, so that's the first step. So we created a little letter H here. Then the all go, turn our sub-assembly upside down, and that goes into these 2 holes that are left on here. It in as far as they can go. Make sure they sit it nice and good, and then 45 goes on top here, with the hook being to the right, or that little long extension, while the sub-assembly with the gears here towards the top or away from you. So then you just put that part number 45 on top of the 43s. and squeeze them together, and you're good to go. Make sure the gears are still rotating. Nice and easy. Put it aside for now, and we're going into step number 3. Step number 3, we need parts from board number 2, and that's going to be number 11, top left here. 2 of them. Let's see, part number 47, top left corner. Part number 49, which is right in the center there. 2 number 50s. Part number 48 and 111 we already got. Alrighty, so we need to wax that number 50 on both ends, just to make sure that it's easier to insert into the gears and without breaking gears. We need to make sure that we do wax the gear because it will interact with something. So both gears gonna go into my dip wax, which is the candle, T-candle wax. Number 11s, remove any parts on there, and same thing, just all around dip it in wax. Same with the other number 11. Let's see what else. I don't think nothing else at this point of time. So now the assembly. So we take part number 49. There is a little mark, little 2 marks, one vertical, one horizontal. That should be towards the top, and that goes through part number 47. Then let's see. Doesn't matter which way. All the way to the end, and then we put number 11 on top of it. Then from the bottom we get 2 parts number 50 go into these little slots right next to the 49, and that's what we waxed, just to make sure that they go inside there nice and easy. Make sure that the slot is also towards the towards that gear. So 2 of them with the slots up. As far as they can go, and then we go with number 50, and they make sure all the slots line up so you don't break the parts, and kind of wiggle them on and squeeze them together, and then 11 goes on top just to lock it up. Well, not locking anything up, but it's going to be rotating. And that's going to be our B1 assembly, so put it aside. And then B2 sub-assembly, we need the other 2 number 11s. Number 52, that's the larger one. 51, that's right in the center line, vertical center line. 253 is right above it, and I'm going to use the tool to push these 2 guys out. Number 48. 48 is the top right corner. So you might have a question why mine are coming out so easy and sometimes you don't experience the same. It really depends on the condition of the wood. My model has been sitting in my basement for some time, so they almost, because it's a winter time, so it's almost perfect humidity, about 35-40%, so it's in the perfect condition. So if you keep it in the same condition for a day or so, you should be experiencing the same thing. Sometimes it gets a little bit too much moisture, then you might experience a little bit harder time to push the parts out, but it still should be okay because we do have an X-Acto knife that we can use, and obviously a little bit of a sandpaper if they don't go in very easy together. especially if you're down southern state like in Florida and stuff. Alrighty, so we're waxing number 11s. Number 53s, we're just gonna wax the ends. Two gears. Just make sure we apply the wax all around on all the gears there. And then we take 51 and the, let's see, I guess there's a slimmer end towards the top. We put number 11 on top. And then 48 goes through the, actually I'll try to put 53s in there first. I guess the directionality doesn't matter much here. It'll be just easier if I'll insert them right away. And then I push it through the 51 all the way until it locks in. After that we put the larger gear on and make sure those hence we waxed it a little bit, make sure those 53s go into the slots and the gear goes past the little mark on number 51, and then we put a number 11 at the end, so that's our B2. Alrighty, clean up my desk here a little bit and moving on to page number 12. And page number 12, we're gonna be doing number B3. So we're also on board number 2. We got 54. We have more number 11s right here, top right corner, 2 of them. Then we need number 55, that's a big gear right here. 56 right next to it. 2 number 57s, they're right here. Let's see, and 2 number 11s, so we're good to go. And same exercise, so we're gonna make sure that there's no extra wood on number 11, nowhere around. Just gonna wax it up a little bit. And then we put a little bit of wax on number 54 on the sides here. 55 obviously, large gear, you want some wax on it. Once again, dipping, I find it to be just enough wax to for proper operation. And then 57s both ends, just to make sure that they're easy to insert. And we'll start, so with a slimmer end towards the top, we'll put 11 right on top. Then we take number 55, that's a large one. I'll put a 53s in here into these 2 little slots. And just wiggle them a little bit. To get them in. Then that number 55 goes through and all the way until it locks in. And then we put a gear number 56 with this little circles facing towards the outside, which will make it nicer looking one. And then make sure that it you wiggle those parts, 57s, that they go on it, and then we put it 11 at the end. Just like this. and that's our B3. And then we need B4 and B5. So B4 we need parts number 58, 2 more 11s. Top right corner. Part number 58 to the left, on the left side there. Part number 48, it's 2 gears right here, and we need both of them. 59 right at the center, a little bit, almost at the center, towards the top. And then that's it for now. Same thing, let's wax up number 11, remove all extra material there. Uh, 48, dip it in. Both of them. Number 59s, both ends. And then a little bit of wax on the edges here of number 58. And same thing, slim end towards the top, number 11, and then we got 48. Actually, I'll put the 59s on there first. With the numbers towards the top, which I don't think matters much at this time, but then that goes onto the gear, or onto the axle. All the way to the end. And then the other 48 with 59s going into the corresponding slots. Wiggle them on a little bit, make sure everything sits properly, and then 11 at the top, and we got our B4 completed. So everything waxed what we needed to be waxed. And let's see, now we're going into the step number 4 of the instructions. We need 16 number 3s, so we'll probably need quite a few toothpicks there. Our tool, and cut the toothpick in half. Should be able to make about 4 out of each toothpick. That's a lot. 16. Three, but I'm assuming there's going to be more sub-assemblies that we're going to use them for, because it looks like we're only using 8 on this one. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 13, 14, 15. Not gonna use that one, a little too short. I got some leftover pieces here. 16. Ooh, that's a lot. Let's see, we need 2 more number 11s. They are in right here, on the right side of board 2. Number 63, but a little bit above the middle to the left. Number 60, all the way to the left in the middle, horizontal. 2 62s, they're on the right hand side also in the middle. Number 61 right at the center here, and 11 we already have. So let's see. Now I'm just gonna be making sure, and I'm gonna send down a little bit on these number 64, 3 and 64. We do need 64 also. Hard to, no, not really hard to extinguish them, separate them, because you got 2 extra holes in here, so it should be good without mixing it up. Alrighty, so number 11 goes, alright, so let's do 64, make sure the slots match, and then we put the little toothpick into the holes. I'm using 64 because it's got 2 extra slots in there. It's going to be the bottom one. Make sure the slots are in the same position, so they are parallel to each other, to make sure you'll be able to insert them. And then you gotta kind of wiggle all the toothpicks around to get them in the corresponding holes. This is a little tough. Just need to make sure that it's the same spacing all around, so the toothpick should be flat with the surface there on both sides. Just like this. And then let's see, we need 2 number 62s. I'm gonna wax the gear 61 just to make sure that we have wax on there already, and I don't have to go back, and 2 11s obviously. Make sure both of these are waxed. Then 62s, the 2 ends that go into the gears. And I'm gonna start with the 62, inserting them into the part number 64, because it's easier than try to insert them after you already have the centerpiece in. There you go. And then number 60 with a little V on top there, goes through there, through the center as far as it can go, and then we throw 11 on top. And then 61 goes in the base. With number 62s going into the little slots there. to make sure that the toothpicks are not coming out. I'm gonna push them all back in. Go to make sure that the gear is past the little mark, and then 11 at the back of it. Alright, and we're done with number B5. Moving on to the next page. And let's see, page number 13, step 1. We need 2 more number 11s. They're bottom right here, bottom left, center, 211. Put one aside. Two number 68s. And there is a 68 and 68A. Both of them are shown, so we need both of them. Then 65 to the left. 67. Two of them. They're all in the same approximately portion in 66. Alrighty. So same thing, I'm just gonna send down a little bit the connection points on the circular parts. Wax on these. Number 11's obviously gonna get some waxing. Uh, 268s, of course. Once again, toothpicks go in. And it's only 6 of them in this case. And 2 more is going to be left for the 67, 66 sub-assembly. Make sure that the holes match up. The center holes are in parallel to each other, otherwise you're in trouble. So it's about the same distance. Then these go through number 65 with the little 6 dash towards the top. We're gonna wax a little bit the sides here, the clips. So the 60 goes through that top. That's the difference between 68A and 68. So the 68A has a little bit larger slot, and I will go easier through onto the 65. So right now my toothpicks, I kind of got them pushed towards each other too much. So I'm separating pushing them apart a little bit. And pushing the toothpicks out to make sure that it has a nice look. Alright, so one more time. So 68A will have a slightly larger slot, so that's the one that goes towards the center. And then we got 67, 68, two 67s on both sides. Make sure the slots match. I mean, otherwise you're not going to be able to put the toothpicks through. And then that sub-assembly goes through the bottom portion all the way towards the center, and then 11s go on two sides. And that's our B6. Put it aside. Then we need two more, number 69 and 70. Let's see, step number 5. We have 70s, two 70s here, and two 70s on board number 3. We need 4 of these, and we need 8 of the number 36s. 4 of them are on board number 3, and 4 of them are on number 2. So we'll start with that piece. Make sure you remove any extra material that is on there. Wax them up. Just makes it easier just to do it right away. We're going to make 4 sub-assemblies with number 70 in the middle. So here it doesn't matter which way, just need to make sure you insert 36 all the way to the ends. Put a little bit of wax on number 70s. Let's see if it's gonna help us. Yes, it does. So just put it on the sides and it's gonna help you to insert the little 36s on there. Don't need a lot, just a little tiny bit to reduce the friction, and then you'll see that 36 just slides all the way to the end without any issues. That's 4 of number 70s, and then 1 of 69. That's a thinner one, and then we need 2 number 11s on there. I have one floating around, and here's the second one. Don't forget to remove the extra materials in there. Wax those up. Now wax on the side, same thing, just to be sure. And then put number 11s all the way as far as it can go. Alright, next we're at step number 3. So there's a lot of spare parts now. And here we need part number 71, 73. They're all on the bottom of board number 2. 71, 72, 73, and 74. So 71, and we need 2 of those because we need to make 2 of each. 71, 72, 73s, and 74s. We need 1 toothpick cut in half. And then we go through the 74, through the 72. Make sure that nice design is up front. And then 73, which doesn't matter which way you actually you might want to also with a little design towards the front, and then 71 at the end. Then we push it through, push the toothpick in, and we'll do the same thing on the other one. 74, 72 is the larger one, 73, and 71. And then we cut the toothpick on the other side. I usually pre-cut a little bit and then snap it off. Should come off clean. Two of these. And then step number, let's see, I guess I went ahead. I did the bottom ones first. So 5 and 6 are already complete. Then step number 7, we need 2 parts number 75. And those are also on the bottom right of the board number 2. And one more toothpick cut in half. And let's see, we line them up, make sure they all the holes match, and we push the the toothpick through both of those. I push it through completely, press it against the surface. Cut it off on the other side, and then now we need to sand it down, the toothpicks. Make sure they don't stick out at all on both sides. Nice and smooth surface, and then we need to put a little bit of a wax on there, so on both ends. There we go. And moving on to page number 14. And page number 14, we need port number 77. That was from board number 1. Make sure you have with that big square piece towards the left. There we need to part number 76, which is on the bottom of board number 2. And there we need made number 11. I had one fall out a little bit earlier. I'm gonna do a little bit of a wax on it, as always, all around. And then I'm also gonna wax number 76 where the side where the hole is at. So just all around, put a little bit of a wax, and we need to sand that surface right here. Where the gear's probably going to be moving. So 76 goes through there with a hole through the center slot right here, with number 11 on it. I'm going to put it all the way through. So that's 11's going to stick in there. And then our sub-assembly that we just made in the last tab of previous page number 13, that goes on here with round off piece towards that longer slot, thinner slot. Let's see which way it is. I guess it doesn't matter much right now. And then a little toothpick. Let's see, I have longer pieces available here, right through that slot on number 76. Cut it off on the other side, so with a little bit piece sticking out just to make sure that it doesn't fall through. And we need, I guess, 2 wax or sand. That should have done it sooner or before, but that's round off piece there. And I guess we're done with that part. And now moving the put it on the side. Now we need 12 toothpicks, assuming probably about 3. Cut to size number 2. So same thing, and just measure it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just going to use the longer pieces. Almost there. 11, 12. So tiny ones, pre-cut, and then part number 80 and 81. And we'll need 12 of those, and all of them are on board number 3. Bottom right. 6 and 6, total 12. Alrighty, and let's see. So like there's a little circular cutout here, so you want it up front. You want it visible. Then numbers 80 don't matter much how they go in, but these six of sets, they come together with the little toothpick that we just cut. So just put the toothpick into the number 80s and then throw 81 on top of it, just like this. Or the other way around, you can throw the toothpick into the 81 and then throw 80 on top of it. Last piece, and we're done with step number 5 on page number 14. And then parts number 79 and 78, they're on board number 4. One is on the left and one is on the right. So 79 is on the right. It's a long piece, so careful taking it out. And 79 I'm going to put on the top here, just like it's shown on the picture, and 78 on the bottom. See, so 79 with a little tap to the right, 78 with a little tap to the right, and these cutouts facing up, these ones down. I just want to make sure that we're the same way. So the little part number 81 facing on the top on number 79, and we insert it right over these rectangular cutouts. Just mirror image for part number 78. Alright, we're done with page number 14, moving to page number 15. Put these two aside, and we take the part number 77, and we need to insert number 82, 83, and 82, which are to be found on board number 3. 183, and they're right inside of these circles. We need 282s. And 183. Let's see. And they go on the right here. There's a set of 5 openings. And let's see, the longer there's like little taller side, so that taller side is towards you. Do 82, 83 on all 3 of them, and 82 again. Then we do, let's see, number 84. Bottom left. Another 84. It's going to go on the right side. 85. We need 2 of them. Make sure the taller side is same direction, and then numbers 86. There's 2 of them right inside holes, right in the center. All right, and now we need 3 toothpicks. I'm just gonna use full toothpicks, I guess. Cut off one of the ends so they're not sharp. Go from through 86, push it down all the way through, and let's see, it should be on the smaller side, so through 84, then through 85, then through the one that we just put up, the 82s and 83s, then we put again 85, 84, and 86 on the end. Push the toothpicks all the way in, make sure everything's nice and tight together, and I'm gonna cut them off on the other side. I'm just gonna use a little bit of sandpaper just to make nice and clean look on both sides. And we're done with step number 2. Let's see, and then we need to do the mirror image on the other part. So we take the other part, rotate it upside down so the gears is on the back, and then we need to put it on here. So the same thing, 82s, 282. 183, and then the taller part towards away from you now. Since it's a mirror image. Now we need 86, 2 of them. 84 and 85. We forgot the 3rd toothpick on the other sub-assembly. That should go on the other side. And we push it in all the way through. And cut it off. the sharp edges. And then push it through 86. Then we do 84. Then 85. Then through the sub-assembly that is already attached. Then 85 and 84 and 86. Don't forget the other toothpick through the first set of holes there. Alright, and now we cut off the excess parts. And send it down. And we're done with page number 15. Moving on to the page number 16. I'm slowly starting taking shape of the locomotive. Alright, we need part number 93 on board number 4. That's right at the center bottom here. Carefully, because it's a fragile part. And then we'll put one of the little light assemblies on there. And then that goes, let's see, that's we're done with now step number 2. And then we take, I guess that's a 78. Now we need 95 and 94 on there. Has a little mark on here, so that's the one that away from you. And then we insert it. You can put a little bit of wax to make it a little easier to insert. And then the one that we just made, the little sub-assembly, goes in between all 3 of them with the 2 toothpicks cut in half. We have them from last pieces, from the last assemblies. This goes through the holes. Make sure it's fragile parts, so as you push them, hold all of them together, because otherwise you're gonna, oh, we forgot one more. It should be another part number 96, but we can put it on right now. The second toothpick goes through the second hole here in the bottom, all the way through, and then cut on the other side. So I'm gonna pre-cut, snap off, fingers, pre-cut, snap off. And then the same thing on the other part, 79. So 94, 95, 93, 96. That's where the light goes on. 94 is the one with the mark. And that one goes in first. And 95. 93 in between. 96 at the end. And push through a little toothpick and then another one. As I said, I had them pre-cut from the previous steps. Or you can cut a new one. And then as you insert them, just pre-cut and snap off. Alright, that's now step number 6. Both of these are done, and now we need step number 7. So we take one of these larger sub-assemblies with the ones with the gears on here, and sand on inside surfaces here where the circular cutouts are. These 3, and then we take the part number 78. And it goes into the let's see, into the slots. Perfect lineup. A little bit above that little sub-assembly that we did, so everything should go right in place and sit there nice and tight, just like this. This is step number 8 complete, and then step number 9 is the same thing with the mirror image side. Don't forget to send these little openings. Just like that, and we're done with the step number 10 on page number 16. Moving on to the next sheet. And here we need parts number 97, 11, and 98. So 97 would be on board number 2. Oh, sorry, 98. And 97 is right above it. I do have 111 there left. I'll X them all. Can never be sure. And that goes on to the, I guess, right side. That's part that is sticking out. So 97 goes on first, 11 goes on second little part, and then 98 goes, I missed a step, forgot to put a part number 99 into that slot. So 99 is also on board number 2. It's a little lever here. I need now to remove number 97 and 11. And hook a little bit the previous part. Push the lever through and put it onto the little sub-assembly. There you go. Get the parts back in. Make sure you slide the 99 so you don't break it up. Just like this. So the lever is working, and then lock it up with 97, 99, and then 98 goes right over it. And then that lever should be working nice and smooth. We're back on page number 17. So as you can see, the lever's nice. It's mulling that piece here too. So it's all good. Put that aside. And let's see. And we need to cut a lot of toothpicks to the size number 2. Alright, so we need parts number 87, 91. They're all on board number 3. And we need, let's see, 6 of 91s. 1, 2, 3, 4. Careful pushing these out. 5, 6. Let's see, 2 number 87s. Bottom left here. They have a little mark on them. And then 4 number 88s. I'm going to take a little bit different approach with the toothpicks. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, what do we have? We need 6 parts, so I'm going to take 3 of each. So I'm going to take 6 toothpicks, cut them in half. I'm just going to do like we used to do it before, instead of pre-cutting to number 2. So, and then I do number 87. I'll push the toothpicks through it. All the way through on both of them. Put a number 91 on top, and then you got to be careful, and I think that's the reason why they're doing it. It's just to make sure that you don't break the 91, because it's a little hard to push through. It's a very thin part, pretty delicate, so got to be careful with it. And then just pre-cut and snap off. doesn't always perfectly cut, but and that's our 87s, and then we can do the 88s, 4 of them in similar fashion. That way you don't have to pre-cut all 36 pieces, but you're more than welcome to do that. Whichever is one easier for you. These 2 spigs got snapped off a little bit, so I'm gonna cut more, considering we're gonna be doing the wheels now too. This one's flat and not good, so I'm gonna throw that one out also. And that way you can distinguish 87 and 88. 88's got a square hole in the middle versus 87's got a little rectangular hole in there. Go. And then just snap off the excess. To make them look a little nicer, you can use a little sandpaper just to give them a little better look, but it's up to you. I'm not gonna do that. And then we need 6 sets of 89 and 92 together, so it's also, they're also on board number 3. 89, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 92s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So don't forget to remove the internal parts from 92. Careful not to break them. Not the internal, but 92s. And then gonna do the same thing. So here we just want to make sure that the nice design side is towards the top. It also uses the 3 toothpicks to hold the wheels together. So I got the little design, little dots on here, and then 92s, they got a little circles here too with the front side. So just want to make sure that I got the front side towards the front. graphics. I'm gonna use these three, reuse the three, because these are the longest ones. For the last one. And it's just a matter of repetition, getting these 6 wheels done. Alright, so we're done with page number 17. Moving on to the page number 18, actual sub-assembly. So let's see, we start off with step number 1, and that's going to be that large board with a set of gears on here. So these gears are on the left hand side, and we need 4 number A5s there. Those 4 number A5s go through the holes on the bottom. Right? No. Just like this. And then 8/8, that's the small 8/8s are the ones with the square hole. There we go. On the other side. So you kind of snap them on, as long as you can see them. Two front ones goes 8/8. Then we have the large ones. With the flat portion towards that. Let's see. There's no other way to put them on. lining them up anything right now. Alright, then we have a sub-assembly with the lever and two rubber bands. So that one with the lever goes towards the left. That goes through the last hole. And then we need to put a, let's see, number 36, which I have already pre-set there. Fell out earlier, so I just put it aside. And then number 36, I'm gonna wax it a little bit. It's gonna go over the sub-assembly. And into that hole. And then the one more large wheel. Right in there. And just like this. Now one more part, the 8/6, that's the little one, the thin axle that goes through the last hole in the back here. And then the A7 wheel with the rectangular hole, that's the one that goes in the back. So we're done with that sub-assembly. Then we're moving into the step number 3. That's where all the rubber bands go. Oops. And then with the taller piece that is on the top, and with the hole facing to the left and closer to you, we put these parts in here. So there's like slots, and we get those push right into those slots. Our next step is number 4. Oh, we forgot number 100. It's on board number 3, bottom right. I think we got everything on that. That goes in the 2 holes right here. Snap, but it's alright. And let's see, a little rubber bands on a sub-assembly that is holding the wheel. There's 2 rubber bands there. So those 2 rubber bands, they go and hook onto the bottom portion right here. There's 2 slots right here, so it gets hooked into those slots. So let's grab the one that is furthest. I'll grab a helping tool, pull it. get those into the slots. A little tough, but let's see, and the other one. Same thing, just make sure you get it into the slots. And there you go. And tie it up a little bit. Just make sure they're not loose there. And then in that bottom portion, we snap it right into the two openings here. Kind of stretching the rubber bands a little bit. There you go. And our next step, moving on to the page number 19, we insert the B1. That's the small little gear assembly into the hole, top right hole here. Make sure you match the gears. Step number 2, we're all done. And then step number 3, we get the right side attached here, so make sure everything goes into the corresponding holes. And everything fits in. And then start snapping those connections in. As everything comes together, we're snapping slowly, getting everything in place. There you go. And attaching. There you go. Just make sure all the holes are filled in properly. And everything snaps where it's supposed to be. And then we're attaching the wheels. So A7 is all the way in the back. And then larger wheels right in the bottom. Just make sure that they're all matching. The location. Need to roll back a little bit. Double check something. All right, and then looks like there's one thing that was omitted in the manual as we were assembling the wheels, the large ones, the 6 times. So it all shows us that 6 times we have to have that face facing front, but that's incorrect. So the wheels that we already have on train, I'm gonna take them off right now, and they have to be, I can separate it with my X-Acto knife. Just be careful, don't snap that part number 90 whatever. And we have to put it on the other side. The reason for it is because, so just push the toothpicks through. They're somewhat mirror image, and I haven't paid attention to that note until now. Should have probably looked at it earlier, but that's okay because it's not that hard. So these things have to be on inside for this side of wheels, and then on the outside for the other side of wheels. So the good thing that they're easily removable. And I can remake them pretty easy. So I just flip it over, push the toothpicks through. And put them back on again. So we caught it fairly early in the stage, so I can still take them apart and easily flip them over. And you should be able to do the same thing. And that's what the warning exclamation point was there for. So make sure you guys do the same thing, otherwise I think omitted, it looks like it is omitted in the manual. So, and then the other one is just I'm matching you don't want to match the location, so it's you want to put it this little tab about 30 degrees from the other wheel that you have on the other side. So that's what we're doing. That's the reason why we needed to wax those a little. And then the little ones, it doesn't matter. Which where they're sitting on there. As long as you attach them. There you go. Alright, and now that's where the exclamation points are at. Because these have to match up, these little slots. Same thing on this side. They will have to match up with the wheels. And let's see if I'm correct about this. Hopefully I don't have to remake those back. But it looks like I'm right. Alright, So we're done with page number 19. Moving on to the page number 20. That's where all the gears are we're putting in. And let's see. Now all the large gears. So from the train, so B3, B1 is already here. Next one is B2. It goes into the slots here, matching the gears. Then the B3, that's the large one. Then the little one, that's B4. Then the next one's going to be B5, and we need to put a rubber band around that, where the toothpicks are at. Goes into the slots. I'm just gonna throw the rubber band here for now. Deal with the lineup and squeezing tighter a little bit later. Just we need to make sure that they're all sitting in the right spots. And then the last one is B6, and that rubber band goes around that. Goes into the last slot. Uh-oh. And just make sure that everything is in the slots again, because if they fall out, it all gets screwed up. There you go. Back into the slots. So the rubber band's on there, everything's on there, and we're done with step number 2. And then 101, that's on board number 3. The last 2 pieces, they go on the bottom. In between the wheels here. To lock the assembly together. So it doesn't go anywhere. And so the wheel's supposed to be all rotating. We have no issue with those. Everything's moving. This one's a little tight, but that's okay. Here we go. Now it's moving easier. So they all should go fairly easy. Okay, so this gear lever now the last wheel is not gonna go easy, so if you need to lower the level, then they're all gonna go nice and smooth. So everything moves the way that it needs to. Alright, moving on to the page number 21. Step 1, we need part number 102, which is on board number 4. Let's see, it's right in the bottom here. Make sure you don't throw out part number 139, which is within it. Gonna put it aside here, and then 102 goes right in the front with a little tap towards the top, and we just put it on both ends, just like this. Next step is I guess I skipped that one. Well, no, actually 102 first. Excuse me. Next step is part number 103, 104, 105, 106, and 107. And those are on board number 5. Is let me see, to the left here, bottom left. 104 is a little bit to the right of that. 105, and we need 2 of those. They're right in the same location. Let's see, 106 and 107. I lost 193 here. 106 is bottom right, and then 107, just one unit, is right about a little bit below the middle, right in the center line. So we have that 104, and then 104 we do 107. That's the largest piece. It goes right at the center. And 105, and they all marked 1, 2, 3. So 105 is 2. That's to the sides of it. I'm sorry, 106. It's marked number 2 is to the sides of it, and then 107 marked as number 3. It's all the way on the outside. And then we insert 103, that bottom row, that's where the parts go into. Just like this, and then that goes step number 3, that goes on the outside. There's 3 tabs here, so right into those tabs on each side. Need to make sure we line them up. Put it in nice and tight. Make sure you push it all the way in, and step number 4 is complete. I'm gonna put it aside. Now we're in step number 5. So step number 5, we need board number 4. And we got two 108s here right at the center bottom. And then 109 through 126. There goes, let me see, 108 with just like this. So the I guess line on the left is sticking out towards you, or lines on the outside sticking out towards you. So let's see, we need starting with 109, the old number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm just gonna push them all out. Let's see, starting with 2. So let's do 5. 6. I'm just counting the numbers that are in here. 7, and then should be 2 number 8s, which is 115. Then 2 number 9s. They're right below. Number 8s, it's 116. Then 2 number 10s to the right of 115, all the way on the right. And then 11. And then we go bottom towards the bottom, starting from the right. 12. 13. Skip the 16. We'll come back to it later. 14, which is 121. 15, 122. Put these back in place that I fell out. 16 will come back. That's number 123. 17. Then 18 and 19, which is 126. Excuse me. So we should just have them all lined up. I'm gonna put these parts back in so I don't lose them. And now we can put them into the sub-assembly. So let's see, they're gonna go on the outside first. You can the suggestion is to lubricate these little tabs. It's up to you. If it comes in smooth, then you don't need to, but if it's giving you a hard time, then I would recommend to lubricate them. So if you can push them down without any issues, you're good to go. And you just follow the numbers, make sure they all face forward. So number 4 facing here, and you just go each slot, one slot at a time. Continue through the assembly. Number 6, number 7, 2 8s. They're gonna go into the outside. 2 9s. 2 10s. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. We should have something like this. Let's take step number 6 completed. Moving on to page number 22. And we need 2 toothpicks. Cut down to the size number 2. Yeah, that's a bad one, so I'm not going to use that one. Just grab a new toothpick. We need 6. Six. And now we take that sub-assembly, 2 in the back. Trying to line up a little bit because they came out a little bit crooked in my sub-assembly. So let's see, 2 at the end, 2 up front. So the front one, we have a part number 128, which is also on the same board, top left. And then 127 goes in the back. I apologize, my throat is a little dry today, hence a little cough. Then 120 is in the back. 20, which is 127. Two more goes in the front, 2 toothpicks. Then 129 on top, which is on board number 4. It's right in the middle to the left, and that goes into the, cover that up, cover the hole. Like this, and then 130 and 131 on the sides. They're bottom right of the board number 4. So make sure the design is facing outward, and then these go into this tabs that are sticking out. The flat portion goes towards the front, and then the cut side chamfer goes towards the back, towards the part number 127. Let's see, so we have a little setup like this, and then that goes over the back of the locomotive. There's a little 2 tabs or 2 holes. So we need to open them up a little bit. Just put them under the angle slightly. And then they go into the holes that are on the side here. Just like this. So they're, as you can see, they're a little bit under the angle. The next step is part number 132, which is fell out on my board, and I take the middle parts out, put them on the side, make sure you don't throw it out, and then the side with more holes goes on the right, just like this. So make sure it's an exclamation point, and then the 2 toothpicks stick in there. There's 2 holes, and then match up all the other ones, all the other tabs. plug everything in place. Just like this. And then we're done with step number 8 on page number 22. Moving on to the page number 23. We need number 3 size toothpicks. That's 1 and 2. And those go right into the front of the little cabin that we just made. And part number 133 goes in there, which can be found on board number 5. Now right here at the center, we have 134, 135. 133 is right on the bottom vertical center line, a little bit to the left of it. So 133 is first. And we need to split it up a little bit. Kind of put it into the holes. There are 2 holes closer to the cabin, and then squeeze the cabin a little bit and put the 2 toothpick into the hole. So this should fit just in a little bit, but not don't push it too much in. And then 134, 135, 136, 37, and 138. So we go 134 is right in the middle, vertically, horizontally, and then a little bit to the left from the vertical center line. Uh, 135 is right at the center here, next to it. 136 is going to be right here, right below 135. And then 137 to the left of it, and 138 is center line and a little above the horizontal center line. Large pieces, you cannot miss them. And I keep on pushing out other parts. Alright, and those go into the corresponding hole all across the sub-assembly. So just find the next 2 holes, split it a little bit carefully, make sure not breaking it. So 134, 135, it doesn't have the tab on the top. It goes into the next set of holes. One 136 doesn't have a tab on the top. Next set of holes. Kinda just a little to the back of the wheel with the rubber band. Then 137 also without a tab right next to it. And then 138, it's got the tabs on the outside, so it goes right by the big wheel here. On let's see, on the outside too. Just like this. We're done with step number 3. I'm going to step number 4, part 139 and 140. They're both on board number 4. So 139 we actually pulled out some time ago. That's within that circle that we had. Apologize. Need to fix that cuff. And 140 is right inside of 141. So just carefully pull it out. We do need to put a little bit of a candle wax on 140. And then 139 goes over the little pad that is sticking out as far as it can go, and then 140 you push it through the hole right to the center. Now we need 4 number 2s, so I'm going to use a new toothpick and make 4 number 2 size toothpicks. 1, 2, 3, and 1 more. 4. Those gonna go right into the 4 holes that we have on that part number 139. And then 141 goes on top of it, so the 141 is outside of that 140 that we just pulled out. So take the inner circle out and then put it right over. So as you put it over, your toothpicks might go from the bottom. I would use the tool to push it back up into the hole. Make sure it's the same all around. And that's it. Should sit nice and tight. And we're done with step number 7. Page 23. Moving on to the next page. 24. And then we need part number 142, which is on board 4. That one fell out also some time ago. It's a nice flat piece here. And then with the cluster of holes to the right and towards the back, that's how we put it on a train when it's facing to your left. So we need to make sure that we match the corresponding holes, and that's going to be the second one from the edge here on one side, and then if you follow that center line, it's also second hole, just like this. So we have a little platform in the back, and then we need parts number 143 and 144 also on the same board. 143 is right in the middle here, but just below the horizontal center line. Then 144 is right next to it to the right. The cluster of instrument, and then you take 158 from inside of it out. We need 8 number 3 pieces here. So I'm gonna put the train aside for a second, and then 2 toothpicks, cut them in half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 4 of them we need right now with part number 144. So there's 4 holes in 143, and you need to put through all of them. So I just matched the holes on part number 144 with 143. Push them through and use the tool into part number 143, and then you set it against the train and find the holes and push the toothpicks all the way in. Just like this. Step number 3, we need part number 146 and 145. They're also on the same board. 146 is in that's like a little shovel, and 145 right next to it. It's top left, only a few parts left there, so it's gonna be easy to find. I'm gonna use the tool to pull out 145. Attach the shovel to it, go through the thinner portion and just push it into that. These are fragile pieces, so careful. Don't push it too far, and then we're putting it into the second hole from the bottom there, which is a little tight. So you want to adjust where your 145 is at to make sure the shovel fits in there. So it doesn't have to be all the way up, just like this. And then next part, we need to sand a little bit the surface of back surface here. Sand, not wax. Just a tiny bit, and then let's see, we need parts number 150. It's a little piece here, just careful taking it out. 147. And that one actually we pulled out a little bit earlier. Little gears, 147, 148, facing the other direction. 149 is also here, little tiny gear. And then 151 is still on here. It's gonna be in the bottom here. A little triangular piece. Now we need to wax a little bit the gears. And let's see. One toothpick goes through 147. One toothpick goes through 148. They go into the two little holes above the opening. Don't push the toothpicks too far, as it might fall through. Then one toothpick through part number 149, center. I'll put a little bit of wax on there too on 149. Then a little toothpick on that 149 on the outside part, so that's kind of like your lever, and then we lock it with a little triangular piece, the three gear parts, just like this. And then 150 goes into the little slot here to the side. It's another gauge, just like this. So it's sticking up a little bit. Now your gears here should work like this, and just open up the opening for the coal. Make sure you work it up, just like this. And we're done with step number 4 on page number 24. Moving on the page number 25. And here, let's see, we need parts, toothpicks size number 2. And parts number 152 to 152s. They're in the top right here on board number 4. $153. Oh, we needed size number 3. Apologize, I got to size number 2, so I'm gonna use the second half of it to cut into number 3. And then we go 152 facing tab out away from you, then 153 goes through the toothpick, and then 152 on top again, kind of locking it all up together. And then those go into the let's see, 2 holes on the right hand side that are closest to the sub-assembly there that are still open. Just gonna like a lever, push it in as far as it can go. Make sure it operates. We checked this little sliding mechanism already. Going into step number 2, we need part number 154, 155, and 156. So we need 2 of each, as we need to make 2 sub-assemblies. So 154 is about center line, horizontal center line to the left and to the right of the vertical. 156 is 2 little back seats, and 155, one is on the bottom right here, and one is on a little bit below the center line on the left. So 154 goes right into the bottom hole, or hole through whichever side. You're gonna make bottom, and then the seats with the design towards the back, or the back of the seat backs. You go right in the back. And I would put a little bit of wax as it suggests, as it is hard to put it in. And we give it one more try. It's much easier when you have the wax on. Same thing we'll do on the other one. Put a little bit of wax. Insert the back of the seat first, and then we'll do the 154 from the bottom. There. Step number 3 is assembly 158. We have it pulled on its side, and we still have the 3rd toothpick. So just push carefully with the tool 158 out, and then 157 is on a top left here of board number 4. That's the only part left on here, so we can discard the board. And then we have 158, the toothpick goes through there, 157, and then 158. And that sub-assembly goes right, let's see, that's going to be a tough one. 2 holes, so there's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it goes into the 2nd hole of that 1, 2, 3, 4 line, and then the hole right next to it, because that's the only places you can fit these 2. And then the seats go into the outermost hole on the left. And parallel to that one on the right. So on the same center line, all the way to the right, there's going to be 2 holes that are still left open there. Just like this. And we got the seats in. We're done with page number 25, moving on to the page number 26. Another little tiny sub-assembly there. We're moving on to the board number 5. And then we have parts number 159, 160, right next to it, top right of the board, 161, 162, 2 of those. And I'm gonna use the tool for these 2 guys. And then we need 2 toothpicks cut to the size number 3. obviously put a little bit of wax on the gears, little stars. So we got, let's see, put them together, kind of to make sure these little triangles interlock with each other, and a gear. With the 161 with a little cutout facing away from you, that's how we put it. Toothpicks through these two holes. Just like this, and then 162 goes right into the two openings that we have on the side, and all that sub-assembly with toothpick goes from the bottom there's a little two offset holes there. So it just goes into those holes, and the toothpicks goes into the corresponding holes in the plate. Just like this, we can push the toothpicks a little bit with a tool. Make sure they're nice and tight. And then we need a rubber band as shown in step number 3. Wrap it to about 15 millimeters. So we loop it around, tie it up, and create about 15 millimeter loop. Doesn't have to be exact once again, just has to be close enough. Cut off the excess, and then that little rubber band goes on the outside of this locking mechanism. There's like 2 opening parts there, so just open it up and snap it there. So when you press the little lever, it actually closes down and opens it up. So we're done with step number 3 and 4 of page 26. Moving on to page number 27. Step number 1, we need parts 163, 164. They're also on board number 5 to the left here. It's a little letter. So we have a letter going into the openings here. Just like this, or actually you should do it, yep, I can turn it upside down and still good to go, same way. Push it too hard and too far, and that's to go into the 4 holes that are still open. So I'm gonna do one first. Kind of pre-enter it, put the ladder there. Put the second one in, then push them all the way in as far as they can go, and then the ladder should go in and out just like this. We're done with the step number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Moving on to the step number 5, parts number 165 and 166. They right at the top here, 165 to the left. 174 fell out, of course. And then 166 is the one a little bit to the right of the center line. It's got some center pieces, so we're gonna take those out and put them aside because we're gonna need it. And 166 goes on the right, and if you look at the direction of the movement, so there is a tab at the bottom here and tab on the actual piece. So let's do the bottom kind of first, and putting the top piece in also at the same time. Doesn't work out well. So unhook the bottom, do the top first. And then the bottom. Kind of creates a little cabin there, and then same thing on the other side. So we do the top first. And then the bottom. Just like that, the cabin is almost done, so we're done with step number 6 on page number 27. Moving on to the page number 28. Step number 1, we need 3 number 167 parts. They're on the same board, 167. There's actually we need 2 sets of those, so we need all 6 of them. And 2 toothpicks, or 1 toothpick cut in half. And then we push it through the center of 3 of the units. And then the other center. Of the other 3, and then cut off the excess. As I always do, I pre-cut a little bit and then snap it off. And then moving on to step number 2, part number 168 that fell out, and then we need 169. There's like a little square here with 4 of those. Push that one out and then push the parts out, carefully using the tool. 1, 2. They fall right into my hand, so I'm not gonna lose them. 4. And then those go into the 4 holes in that 168. So with the holes are in parallel to each other in this direction, in a thin plane direction. Now we need 2 full toothpicks, put a little bit of a wax on them so they slide in easy. Through these parts. And then as they go through, I'm trying to find the thinner one. Now we put that 167 cluster on here also. push that toothpick through. And make sure these move a little bit on there. Now what I've noticed is that these holes are the two little tabs are not the same distance apart as the holes on these two little sets of 167, so I'm gonna have to bend a little bit something in order to fit it in. And careful not to break the little sub-assembly. Alright, we got it through the hole and push it in. I guess bend it slightly so it fits and then slides in back and forth. And as you're done with it, step number 4 is to just cut off the sharp edges in those. So as you remember, I pre-cut a little bit and then snap off the rest. And then they move to the side, so this is a little bent and they move side to side. Now part number 170, or step number 5. Part number 170 is that the big arch here that goes in the back on the ends of the little doors. And we're done, and now with that sub-assembly that we just created with the cut-off pieces towards the top, we just bend it slightly, actually put it on the tabs that are sticking out, and then bend it over and put it on the tabs on the other side. So I haven't inserted it fully on the other portion. Here we go. Now I can fully put them in just like this, so it's nice and bent, and then these two move forward and back to open up the hole. So we're done with step number 8. Step number 9 is we need to have part number 171. Two of those right at the top, and we need to insert those into the two holes. One is in the top here on the right side, and then one on right underneath the little, which is going to be hard, but need to squeeze our fingers in there and put it in the hole on the bottom. That's a tough guy. Here you go. Just like this. And we're done with step number 10 on page number 28. Moving on to the page number 29. We need one toothpick, size 2. Although we had some size 2 now. And then part number 174, which is the door here on the top. It was sitting right here. 173, which is right above it. Little part here, little lever. So I'm using the tool to push it out. And two 172s. So 172 goes into the two holes here from the front. And then the toothpick goes through that little 173 part. And into the hole right here, so that's going to be our handle. Just like this. Should rotate a little back and forth, and then we need the half of the toothpick. That's gonna go through these two holes, 172 and 171, making it a door. So I'm gonna use the tool to push it in. To make sure that it goes through all four holes, all the way to the top, and then we slice off the little extension here, pre-cut, and snap off. Now we got a little door that opens up and closes. Next step is we need 8 number 2 size toothpicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we need part 178, 176, and 175. So let's see, 175 is in the front here. 176 is right below on the bottom on the left. And 178 is to the top of it, of 176. So we need 5 toothpicks on the back of 175. And that goes right into the nuts. So 5 on the outer circle, outer diameter, and then that goes to the front. Then you can push the toothpicks as they pop out all the way in. Make sure the 2 circles are flush with each other when you push those in. Then 176, goes toothpick through the center of it, kind of like our medallion, and then that goes into the center hole. And then 2 toothpicks go into 178. Right at the top of that, right here. V-Express kind of like stands up a little bit. And then we need 2 toothpicks for the size number 3. And then we need part number 177, which is the part right here. It says UGears. And then 2 toothpicks go on the outside holes, and they go on the 2 holes in the part number 176. Locking it up together with the other part so it doesn't rotate much. Just find those holes and push the toothpicks all the way in. So now you have it like this, sitting right in the middle, and it's not going anywhere. So we're done with page number 29, step 5. Page number 30, step 1 will be parts number 179 and 180. They are also on board number 5 on the bottom right here. My 193s fall out, so make sure just the writing facing you, and that goes 180s on one side and 170 on the other side. It goes right into centered in between these 2 little parts. So one on one side, one on the other. Push them all the way in. Done. And then part 181, that's a thin board, big little piece right here. Got its own separate board, so you just carefully remove it from the board itself. You can discard the board, there's nothing else on there. And then with the sticking out part towards the back, and then we start let's see, with the tabs, just like this. So this opening, it stays here, so I'll push it into this opening, this tab first, and then I'll push the tab on the back, just to make sure that it's sitting nice and tight. And now as you wrap it around, I'll go with the taller side first and then wrap it carefully without breaking it in and putting it into the tabs, corresponding tabs. That are sticking out there. Push it down a little bit. And kind of, and just to match the top there, and match the top on the other side. Kind of need carefully slide it on. top portion sitting on there, and then we need to let's see, two number 2 toothpicks. And parts number 182, 183, also on the same board. That was removed a little bit earlier. So 183 goes in first, and you set it on that little tab. Kind of goes right into the hole, and then 183 or 182, I'll put the toothpicks first. And then put it on the top. And then push on the toothpick to put it in. And then we need parts number 184, 185. They're on board number 6. On the top left and right. And that will kind of cover that, so make sure you have the design facing outward again. And then this will kind of hold the big piece 181 in place. Put those in all the way. And then another touch, finishing touch, piece 186. That one's on board, back on board number 5. Bottom right here, this, or bottom center, I should say. And that's a finishing touch on here, at this end. Kind of set in place by itself. It doesn't want to move anywhere else. And we're not going to force it. And then we need parts number 187. They're top right of that board. And those go on the bottom. There's 2 holes that are still open. So they go there with the holes facing to the sides. So one on right side and one on the left side. Done with step number 7 on page 30. Moving on to page number 31. And let's see here, we need parts number 189. 188, 46. All right, let's start with one side. So we need part number 189 and 189. That's right at the center here. It's a circular one. I'm gonna put it on the side. Then we need part number 46, which is also in the center here. Then 188, that's the long piece. So careful when you're pushing that one out because it does tend to break quite a lot. And I'm just gonna use the X-Acto knife to pre-cut it, to make sure I'm able to take it out. That goes here, and then 190. 190 is on the left here. That goes into this hole. Then the next one is part 192. That's T looking thing that goes in the center hole with 146 there and 189 on the outside to lock it up. Next hole, that's going to be 189 again. Uh, 46. And 190. Now we need to put a little bit of a wax on 46 and all three of them that we have. They're going to be inside circular cutouts. Then we need a little bit of a wax sanding on to take out the little connection pieces on 190s and 192, of course. And a little bit of a wax on those also. Now we're ready to put those in. So I'm gonna push 146 onto 190 all the way to the end. Push it through the hole. Put 189 on the other side of it to lock it up. Then 192 with this longer, it's gonna go through 46, longer side, and then 46 goes into the hole, and then 189 on the other side of it, all the way to the end. And then same thing on the other end, as 46 goes through the T, all the way to the end, that goes through the hole, and then 189 goes on the back. And that goes into the three wheels that we have here. So make sure you align them. And did I put it in the wrong one of the one of these is the wrong direction, and I was wondering why it's not, why it doesn't go on. Just like this, and that's one side is done. And now we need to put part number 193, which already fell out, and as I said, make sure you're careful removing it, and I would recommend to pre-cut it. We need 191. It's a little T piece right here. 194. Should say I would also recommend to cut it out. And 195. The two circulars right here. So in that part, we need need to sand this portion, the connection parts, because that's where it's gonna get stuck the most. Need to put a little bit of a wax along the length, and then you need to put a wax onto the round portion of the part number 193, because it's going to go inside 194. So 191 goes through that opening, square opening, and through into 194, which is going to get locked with 195. Then that goes through the bottom opening here, and then the round goes uh, 146. Don't forget to wax it a little bit, and then 146 goes on here all the way in, just like this. And then we have that part complete. We flip it we flip it on the other side, and we do the mirror image of the same sub-assembly. So we need 188. Cut 194 also, since I'm already doing that. And then we need, let's see, 189, 2 of those, 3. And once again, don't forget you're doing the mirror image. We need 46, eventually all 4, so I'll put all 4 out. 190, 2 of them. One 191, 192, 195, and I think that's it, and 193. Let's see, 46, 189, okay. So once again, don't forget to put a little bit of wax on 46. On the outside. And then 2 T's go on the 146, goes over them, through the hole. 46, you can send it, I mean, if it doesn't goes through easy. Then 189 locks it on the other side. Let's see, 192, 46 goes through it, and 189 is on the other side, opposite end. And that goes into the wheels. slightly rotate to adjust them. Then 193, send connection points. Put a little bit of wax on the outside on the round portion and along the length. Put 191 through it, and we're putting it through the end of 194 and locking it with 195. Then inserting it in the bottom hole in the front there, and then the cylinder, the hole goes over the, well, not over the cylinder, but we put another 146 on there, and then over 146 or 46. We're done with page number 31. Moving on to the page 32. Continuing our assembly. So flip the train back to the other side. Need to be careful not to lose all these pieces. Let's see. Alright, so number one. Assembly. We need 6 toothpicks cut to size 3. Let's see, 4. Just checking how much further I need to go in order to complete the train for you guys, and then I'll switch over for the tender. And it looks like this page already starts the tender, so I'm almost done at the completion of the train assembly. This one doesn't work very well, so number 6 we're gonna cut up the new part. Alright, now we need parts number 198. It's the long part here. Very easy to break, so here's what I'm doing. We need it on both sides, so I'm cutting both of those out. Then we need part number 199, which is also a long piece, then fragile. Voice out. And then part number 200. There's 2 of them right here. Let's see, I'm jumping ahead a little bit and getting distracted. Parts number 201. And let's see, we need part boards number 197, 1, 2, 3, and 197, 196 are right in the center here, so I'm not gonna pull all of them out right now. Just gonna take them out of the board. We don't have anything else on board number 5, so I can put it aside and push all these guys out. And 197. Okay, we're done with that, and now we need to do that sub-assembly. So we take the long piece with the thicker piece to the left and the little slope towards the top. We put one of the toothpicks through it. And then we put a little part number 200 over it with a slot through that toothpick. 196 to 196s go onto the toothpick. Let's see, I need another toothpick cut in half. And then that toothpick has to be, let's see, we do 196 on it, 2 of them, and we leave at the end, we leave Z1, which is that little helping tool, so we push it into the 1 slot, so 2 pieces left on there. Then that toothpick goes through the top portion of part number 201, and we lock it up. Oop, I'm gonna remove it from there, and we lock it up with 197. Alright, and as we lock it up, we just cut off the excess portion on it, break out and snap off. Back into the sub-assembly, so 198, then this guy, then 196 locks that toothpick on the outside of 198. Let's see, then we have another toothpick going through part 187. $199, and then 199 goes into the bottom portion of that 201. Make sure toothpick is fully seated. And then on the other side of 199, we have a 201 on one side and 197 on the other side. And I'm gonna have to build the same thing for the opposite end, and make sure all that freely moves back and forth, moves very easy. And then we need to put a little bit of a wax onto the part number 198. I would send it down a little bit too. And as I said, a little bit of a wax on it. And then we need to look for the exclamation point. So let's see, so that goes into the top. hole, the longer piece, and then there is a hole in the unit itself, so that's where that Z1 goes into. I have to kind of support that piece there to make sure it's inserted, and then we rotate. That goes on the bottom, so it goes from the bottom, so it has to go underneath. We need to make sure everything is straight, the bottom line is straight, and then that little part number 199 goes underneath, goes kind of like across the whole bottom assembly, and then you put it onto that middle wheel to lock it up, just like this. I'm just checking if there's a motion. And let's see, then we do the same thing on the opposite end. Flip it upside down, or the other way. Find that 146 that fell out, put it back on. Put that assembly back on, and let's straighten it out. And then we'll do exactly the same thing as we did the first time, except in mirror image. So just flip the 198 piece with a sloped portion towards the top. We put a toothpick through it. We do need 196 is on the other half of the toothpick. Push them all the way down to Z1 or H1, whichever you want to call it. Then it goes through part number 200. Either one of the holes, top or bottom. No, top, the one that's easy slide in, and then gets locked with 197 on the other side, and then you slice it off the excess. That 200 goes into the slot here and locks up with 196, or 198 goes through the 200, locks up with 196, and then the bottom, go toothpick through one 199, lock it up with 197, and into the 200, going the other direction. And then toothpick through 197, through 199, and 201 on the other side. Then all that sub-assembly goes into the top hole. That's step number 1. And we put into the corresponding hole on the body. Don't forget to create a little bit of support there. Let's push it in, and then diagonally put it on a wheel, just like this. See, something's wrong. I'm gonna take it off. Alright, so we line up the wheels on the bottom there. So just like in the picture. Make sure it almost. Alrighty, and we should be done with the locomotive. Moving on to step number 5, we need parts number 202 and 203. So 203, it's both of them are on board number 6. 203 is right at bottom right corner, and then 202. Let's see, that's the part right here. So there's some internal parts there which we need to take out. So we take 202 out, and then inside components, pushing it from the other end. Take them out. And here you go. So with these round facing down and the larger opening facing towards the back, we take a 203. There is two holes on here. They're gonna go to the right side, and we insert it in the very last hole right there, and snap it in. Let it go as far as you can. Don't press it on here because you will break it. So just press it where the long part is, and against the 203. So as far as it goes, we're good. Now we need part number 204, which is right here in the middle of board number 6. And we need to put a little bit of wax on here. So we use, I'm using the candle wax. Put it on the side. And then it just, for now, it sits right here. And then we need the part number 205, which is right here at the inside of the part number 208, one of the blocks there. So part number 205, and that goes kind of like a glasses looking thing. So the opening hole match the holes, and then one of those tabs go right into that gear teeth, in between gear teeth. I want to say from the bottom into the second opening, just like this. Then we're moving on to the page number 33, and we need parts number 11 and 206. So 206 is on the right side, right in the middle here. Just push it out, and then 11, there's 9 of them here, so we just need 2 for now. I have 3 that fallen out, so I'm gonna put 1 on the side, clean it off of any extra material that is there, and then we need to put a little bit of a sand onto the 206 just to get it fit. So, and that, actually, I was wrong with the glasses looking thing. So the glasses actually go into the hole right here, right above the little gear, and then push it as far as you can. And then 206 goes right through that hole, through the gear, and through the other hole. So you just need to feed it in, push it through, and then I would put a little bit of a wax on the number 11s. And those go over part number 206. one from one side, the other one from the other side, and they should go in and slide right into the holes there. So there you go. So now that gear is moving up and down fairly smoothly. Now we need part number 207. 207 is also on that board right in the center, above the middle line here at the center line, vertical center line. So just push it out with the tabs facing down. It goes into the two little holes here. And then part number 208, that's on the other side of board number 6. There's some internal pieces that we need to take out. Put them aside, because some of them you're going to use. Well, not some of them, but all of them. And it's the same thing with the larger portion towards the back. That goes right inside that slot. Need to feed it in a little bit because of that glasses looking thing might not fit easily. And then once again just press it in as far as it can go. Once again, make sure don't press it onto the flat surface here because you will break it. And then feed the glasses into the hole, and then the number 207 also into the other two holes, and snap those in just like this. And now we need part number 209, which is right here, right above where the 204 used to be. Then we'll need two parts, part number 210 right here on the right hand side, a little bit above the middle, and one more. I'll push all the one more part 11, so we need two of those 11, and put a little bit of wax on there. Number 209 gets a little bit of a sanding on both sides, and the 209 also gets, the gears get a little bit of a wax. Now it has to be a mirror image of the other one, so you insert it into the hole, and you make sure they just face each other and they're symmetrical and mirror. So symmetrical, the parallel surfaces are bottom surfaces parallel to each other. These two sides are symmetrical, just like this, so they fit into the gears, and then you push the number 209 through it. And then numbers 11 from one side and the other. There's one direction that it goes through, so if you look at the part number 209, there are slots. So these little cutouts on the cylinder, they go in the same axis as the slots. So just like this. And on the other side, that part number 206 should be sticking out a little bit here. So just like this. And then if you move one, both of them move. And I'm sorry, it was part number 210. Now part 211 is on the left side here on the board number 6, a little bit below the middle, and then with a little tab going towards the front, towards yourself, you put that in underneath these levers. So kind of stick it under the angle and then push it down, and there's tabs that it has to fit into. So you just get it into those tabs, match with the holes on one side and then on the other. Just like this. So that's going to be the base. And then we're moving on to the page number 34. Done with 33, and 212 goes into the other slots. 212 is on the to the right of the 211 on board number 6, and then with that opening or slot going towards the center, same thing, we squeeze it in or slide it in a little bit under the angle, whichever angle is easier for you. For me, it's downwards towards the center, and then same thing, you just find the tabs for the holes that are there. Next step, number 2, is part number 213. 213 is right here, bottom, almost in the center there. And then 213, there is no directionality of it, so you just slide it into the 2 slots all the way at the other end. Same thing as far as they can go, and we're done. Now part number 214, let's see, it's on the same board on the left here. And then we can put a little bit of wax into the slots, so you can use helper tool. Just a little wax, you don't need as much as I put on there. Just came out by accident. And then that goes in the top slots. As far as it can go. Now we need one toothpick. Cut in half. And then using the tool, we need slot number 3. We need 2 of these little toothpicks. They go into the 2 little holes of part number 214. And push them through. So they stick out on the inside. And then we need part number 215, which is right in the center here towards the bottom. Just like shown on the picture, insert it in the center hole from inside, as far as it can go. Now we need 2 parts number 216, and those are on board number 7 on the top here. And they go symmetrical onto the toothpicks from inside. Slide them on. And then 217, which is also, it's on board number 6. We're back to 6 right in the center here, a little bit below middle. And that 217 slides over the toothpicks, and number 215, and locking these levers up. Make sure they move. And then that whole assembly gets covered with number 218, which is on board number 6 on the bottom left here. Then with the opening towards the side towards the back there, so you put it over the tabs into the holes, and then 219, which is on board number 7, bottom right. That one with the 2 slots towards the center. Put it on the other side. Alrighty, we're done with page number 34. Moving on to the page number 35. Now we get to put the sides on. First, we go with the higher side towards the back, and we get part number 220, which is on the right hand side here of board number 7, and 221 is right next to it, so 220 has the Express is in a smaller section of it. So, and that goes with that tab goes into the slot of the lever on the shorter side. And then into the lever on the other side. Gotta split them apart a little bit. Squeeze it from both sides, and then 221 goes to the opposite end. You can do a little bit of wax. It'll just make it easier to insert into those openings. And same thing on the other side. They all both open symmetrically. Let's see, we're step number 3, and we need another toothpick to the length of 2. I'm going to use the one that we just cut because there's plenty of length there. And then we need parts number 222 and 223. So 222, they're on board 6, top right here, a little bit to the right of the center line. And then 223 are right at the center, kind of like halfway between the middle and the top of the board. You need a tool to push it out. Here we go. So 223 with the tab towards the back. Looks like that toothpick is a little bit too short, so that's for the next step. Got confused a little bit here, so I'm just gonna split one in half. Doesn't give me the length here, so I'm gonna go through 222 first. Then 223 with the tab towards the back in the same direction as 222. Then 222 again. And then 223 in the bottom there. So I'm gonna push them down as far as they can go, so it's flat. And then I'm gonna cut off the toothpick here and the other end. So that's my little sub-assembly. Now that one goes into the part number 224, which is a little square at the top of board number 6 here. So make sure the hole is to the right, and then the 223s are going to those slots. And now the little toothpick that we made to the size number 2, that one goes into the hole from the same direction, and then 225 on there, and 225 would be on one of the little bores that were inside the 202. So I'd use the tool on there just to push it out to make sure you don't break it, and then you put that over onto the toothpick and you get a nice little handle. That goes into the 2 holes right here at the taller side of the vegan tender, and parts number 222 should slide right into those holes. There you go, and then you close the door and a little lever to push it down to lock it up. So we're done with step number 6. Now we're down onto the step number 7. We need part number 226, which is also on board number 6 at the top here, a little bit to the left of the center line. And then 236, just make sure you don't lose them. And the 226, if you pushing it on the side that closest to you, the opening or the slot square opening here is to the right. So that just slugs up the sub-assembly there. Push it as far as it can go. Just like this. And then 2 numbers 227 go from one side and from the other, just like in the top and bottom portion together. So that's one of the other reasons why I need to make sure that they're as tight as possible to each other. And 227s are on board. And a little piece here, little cutout from part number 202. They were inside the part number 202. So I'm going to use the tool to push these 4 out. And then they will go locking parts together. You might want to push these 2 together a little bit to get the 227 going. I got it in pretty quickly on one side. Now on the other side, same thing on the opposite end. they go into the two slots right here on both sides. And make sure you squeeze them all the way in. So now we're done with step number 9 on page number 35. Moving on to the page number 36. And then page number 36, we need step 1. We need, I broke the tool a little bit. We need 2 size number 3 toothpicks. So I have enough length for one here. And now let's see if I can get the other one out of the same toothpick. Yes, I can. And my second one here. Now part number 228, which is on one of this smaller boards from part number 202. 228, we push the toothpick through. The toothpick hole, and then with the square cut out, we put it right onto the tab. I think it was part number 209. So I'll hold it from inside just to make sure it doesn't pop out and put it on there. So now I can use that tab to open up and close the doors on the right side. It works. And then we're going into the step number 2. We need parts number 229, which is on board number 6 on the bottom there. 230, which is on board number 6 to the right, a little bit above the middle. Let's see, a number 11. We got those out already. And let's see, number 11, I would put a little bit of wax on there. And 230 with a tap. Goes through number 11. Through number 29. Toothpick goes through number on the top there on the 229. And then that whole assembly goes into the slot on the right hand side on the taller portion of the. I'm gonna pull out 229 for now. So with the slot, it's going to be in a horizontal axis. Push it as far as it can go, then you put a 229 on top of it, and then 240 to lock it up. 140 to lock it up. There's a bunch of them here on the top. I'll just use one. Make sure the little drone circles are on the right. And then we can put a little bit of wax on there. To make it go a little bit smoother through that hole. There we go. And we're down to step number 4, parts number 231 and 232. We need 232, this on the board number 6 on the top right here in the middle. So I'm going to use the tool to carefully push it out. And then 231s are right in the middle here, or the center line, a little bit above the middle. So 2 of them. Same thing, I'm using the tool to get those out. And then that with a little round side towards the right, we're putting it over the toothpicks that we just made. And then locking it up with 231 on one side and then on the other side. And then that should work the doors. See where, try to figure out where the interference is at. Alrighty, so we're good to go. And step number 5, we're done. Now we need part number 70. Those were on the inside the 208 part and 202. So right now we need 4 of them, and we have 2 on one side and 2 were on the other side. And there we need parts number 36, so total we need 8 of 236, and there is 4 of them on the bottom on board number 6, and then 4 of them right in the middle there. Make sure to clean it up a little bit and apply wax to the outside surface. On all 8 of them. Application of wax. And then you put it over number 70. And I would put wax on the one on this 70 on these little tabs also. So all 8 sides, just to make sure that you get the number 36 slit all the way to the tab there, to the boss. It's kind of hard to do now with the everything being in wax, and your fingers are sliding a little bit. Alrighty, and one more. Tough little guys. Alrighty, now we need part number 234. Both of those are on board number 7. There's actually 4 of them. So we need all 4. parts number 235, which will lock those four. So 4 of the 235, they're at the top of the board number 7. So these are symmetrical. There's a little triangle, so the triangle is going to be on one side, and then other cutout is on the other side. I'm not even sure what the figure is. So insert the subassembly into the holes, and then you lock it up with 235 on both sides. Once again, there is an exclamation mark. Make sure that triangles are on the same side. Otherwise it will not work. And put the 235 as far as it can go onto 234. Just like this. And same thing, repeat for the other set. Triangles are on the same side. And then lock it up with a 235. Still recording, which is good. Straightening them out a little bit, and let's see, moving on to page number 37, and put these aside for now. Now we need our subassembly of the train, turn it upside down, and then parts number 233. They're all on board number 7 on the top right here. Need 1, 2, 3, 6 of them. 1, 2, 3. Six. And they all go into the slots that are right there. So with a flat surface towards the bottom U. And these also need to go as far as they can. So I open up the doors there just to make sure I don't break it in half as I'm applying the pressure. So I'm only applying the pressure a very short distance and right on top of these parts. And make sure there should be all the way to the bottom surface there. All 6 of them. Alrighty, and now these 2 sub-assemblies that we just made, they go right outside of these holes, openings, and we need to put 236. We have 2 of them here, so I guess we'll need all 4 of them. There's 2, and then they're on board number 6, 2 more. They're left on there. I'm going to use the tool to push them out. And then we need number 11s, 4 of them. So we got 3 left. and one I have floating around, so don't lose them. Clean them up. Same as before. Apply wax. Now insert the number 11 through 236, and then 236 you push from inside the hole into that slot right there, through the slot so it sticks out. And let's do it for all four. Push it as far as it can go. So we're kind of like a combination of step number 4 and number 5 at the same time. And now we need parts number 140. There's one on the inside tab there from 202 or 208. And then 3 more on the top of board number 6. Alright, and then you use those and slide them through these little openings there. Once again, apply a little bit of a wax into that middle piece and kind of like push it into the slots a little bit. Just to make sure you don't break neither 236 nor 140. And you push it through those holes on 236. Get a better handle of it, or try to get a better handle. Push them out completely, then they should slide right in, especially if you put the wax on. All the way to the end, just like that. And we're done with step number 6 and 7. Now we need 24 of number 2 size toothpicks. That means we need, let's say probably 6 should be enough, because we can get 4 out of each one. Split them in half. If not, we can always get more toothpicks. They're just a regular toothpicks that can be purchased at any grocery store. And now we need size number 2. Now maybe we don't even need 6. 1, 2, 3 out of each side. Four. Six. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23 and 24. Wow. So that short pieces of toothpicks. Hopefully we don't lose any. I still have some extras left because we used only 4 of them instead of 6. And now we need part number 88 and 91. So all of them are on board number 7. 88s are the wheels and 91 is a rim. So and there's going to be 8 of them. 8 of each. So I'm going to start with 88. And I'm going to put 91s on the side right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And those little toothpicks, they go into the 3 holes on part number 88. So that's going to be a little challenge. So I'm just going to push them through, all the way through. Or we can just pre-insert 3 and use the tool so you don't hurt your fingers pushing those in. I mean, I'm hurting my fingers, so but it's alright, no pain, no gain. You can use the tool to push them further down all the way to the other side. so they don't stick out just toward to the surface. And we got 2 more wheels left. And it looks like I didn't lose any toothpicks. Alrighty, and now we put a 91 on top of those. So just match the holes, put it on the surface and squeeze it through, or push it down where the toothpicks are at, so you don't break the little rim. And sorry for being quiet, there's a lot of repetition here, so should be self-explanatory. And we're done with all 8 wheels. Moving on to page number 38. And then they all go onto this little tabs there. A little bit directionality, so if it doesn't go fairly easy in one direction, try it, rotate it 90 degrees and try to put it the other side. So there's a little rectangle on there, but it's just figuring out which way it goes on. Make sure the rim is facing outside. And just like that, and they're all spinning too. Step number 2 is part number 237. Which is on board number 6, and we're done with board number 6. It's on the bottom here. And that goes right into the slot here at where the door is at. So you kind of like push it in, then kind of go towards, and push it towards the top. As far as it can go. Careful not to break it, so that's for the little tender. Now we're moving on to the assembling the rails. I'm going to put the tender aside, and now the rails are parts numbered on board number 7. There's a bunch of 238s. We need 238, 1 240, which is on the top here. Careful pushing it out. It's a big piece. Might be a little bit fragile, so we need 238s. Careful, there's a 239 right inside of it, and we need 3 of them, so alright, 239s I'm gonna put on the side right now. So 3 238s, 1 240, and 2 242, which is on board number 8. Long pieces on the left hand side of here. So and then let's see, 240 facing with UGears facing outward. Push the rails 242 with the opening, the ones that opening is all the way at the edge. Push it as far as it can go, and then the squares are towards the other side. Just like this, and then 238 will lock at the other 3 locations. Push as far as we can go. So they all lock up the rails. And one side is done. Just make sure it's nice and straight. We're moving on to page number 39. Gonna put that one aside, and there it's parts number 240s. Let's see on the other side. I don't see any 240s. My assumption will be 238 because it looks exactly the same, and I don't see any 240s. So it's all 238. I'm gonna use 3 more from board number 7. And then 241 is another piece that's on the other side. Here we need the 242, which here the rails, 2 rails all the way on the right here of the rails. Alrighty, so that goes the opposite side, facing. I mean, that's going to be the same. That wouldn't matter. And then which way it's facing right now, that's when you set it up. Then when it's going to matter. So I'm not sure if what's the point of me going through this exercise, but just in case, because we already discovered in there. Push it as far as it can go. just like this, and now 5 times we need to make 243. So these are the rails right here in the middle. And put, instead of 240s, I'd say it's a 238 because we don't have any other numbers on here. So I'm going to push all of these out. And get rid of board number 8 because it's done. Make sure you don't throw out 239s. So I'm gonna have them split here. So you get a lot of rails with this model. Just like a lot of rail. I don't think we got that much rail with any, except rails with the crossing. And unfortunately, these rails are not interchangeable with the locomotive with tender. The earlier model that was released in 2015 through the Kickstarter. So now it's just a repetition work. Use the 238s because we don't have 240s. There's 4 of them per 2 sets of rails. So I'm just I'm doing one side and then the other side. So one is done, and now you get to repeat it 5 more times. I will just go through it just to make sure that everything assembles the way it's supposed to assemble, so we don't have any issues, any problems. And as you can see, I just set these little bars down on the table, and then push the part number 243 over the actual rail, so it hits the table and it's nice and flat piece. So that's 2. Almost done. Four, and the last one. And now the last part of the puzzle is you use 239 and you do from the outside just to connect the rails. So I'll show just one set because I don't need to connect all, what is it, 7 of them. And here you go, and that's it. Now your rails are connected. You got you can connect all 7 of them, and let's see, each one is roughly 35 millimeters, so I'd say about a foot and a half almost, times 7, so you got about 10 and a half feet, correct? Yes. So something like that, somewhere around there. So we're done with the assembly of the rails. I'm gonna put these aside. Part number 39 is also aside. Need to find the envelope for these from my old toothpick set. Probably just let my son play with it. And now we'll just check the operation of the train. Now, here it is. We have assembled it some hours ago. And the operation now to move forward is we set this lever down towards the front. Right next position right in the middle is neutral, and then reverse is push it all the way back. So we want towards the front. Now this is a release, just to push it in towards, I guess it's locks it up. And now we do 25 to 30 half turns. So you want to make sure you do half turns, because if you go full turns, 25 to 30 you will break something. Now we do, let me double check, make sure we're not wound up much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Alrighty, and then we push the lever towards the back, and then it unlocks it. So we barely have any movement here, so there's a lot of friction on it, so I'm gonna help it a little bit. I'm gonna put it in neutral. And help it unwind. Put it back in drive, lock it up, and let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now switching back again, and it's nice and perfect. So we had a little bit of the sticking here, so as soon as I released it, now everything moves fine. Check it again, so just move that lever towards the front. It locks up the gears. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now we're pushing that little bar here towards the back, and that unlocks it and drives the train. Now we're gonna check the other operation, lock it up again, and do again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, guess I can't really switch it when it's wound up. And then check it one more time. Switch it over to neutral, switch it over to the reverse. Now we can wind it up going in reverse. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Make sure the operation is in reverse. Now it locks up again. Let's see. So there's somewhere gears get stuck. Forward's going fine. Reverse, we're gonna try one more time. So our reverse is not operating, so there is somewhere, here you go, there's a burr somewhere on one of the gears. So because it's plywood, there is a lot of friction, and initially when you try to start up the model, there is a high chance that somewhere the burr wasn't removed and there's not enough lubrication on one of the gears, so that's might be the cause of interferences, and hence you need to play with it a little bit to get it going. So same thing here. Now it unlocks. So there is somewhere inside here, in my case, is the interference in that little round cylinder here. But it could be anywhere in the gears because there's quite a few of them. So I'm going to try one more time. And check it again. I didn't do 25, so now it works much better. It sticks a little bit, but once you play with it a little bit more, a couple more times, and then it should go nice and smoothly all the way from start to finish. Now we're moving on to page number 42 just to check operations of everything else. So that's the tender. When you press on that lever, the doors open on the side, which is, we got it working. As you can see. Inside the train there's a lever there so you can open the I guess coal compartment for coal, or section for the coal. Not sure the official name of that. And then step 4, you can lock the tenders to the train. I would press a lever, the ones on the side of the train here a little bit, especially in the beginning, so to lock it up. Now they all move together, and to release it, just press the lever again to move the lever towards the front. And according to the manual assembly instructions, we're all done. So there's a little bit movement here. You can open up the roof. Obviously the doors we just played with, you can separate it, tender moves, the wheels move there, so there's a lot of operation. Lever for the train to go, and obviously reverse, neutral, and forward. So everything is operational. If you guys have any questions, feel free to either leave a comment below this video or send me email at info@ugears.us. I usually try to answer everything within 24 hours, so you will get some kind of answer pretty soon. Videos might take a little bit longer. Usually don't check it every day, but usually a few days for me to respond. Any parts break during the assembly, there is some spares, smaller parts on the board number 7. So you might find those useful. And if any other parts break, then you can send me email. If you purchased it from me, there is no charge for the replacement. If you purchased it elsewhere, usually it's $3.50 for shipping fee. The part is still free. Once again, info@ugears.us with any questions. My name is Dimitri, and we'll see you guys soon. Thank you.